Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the week 2 here on the NECC main channel. I am Camcom. Over there, sorry, is Paladino. Paladino, how are you doing tonight? Oh, Paladino will join us in a minute here. Joining us from the Shadow Realm, actually. Paladino. Da 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 da. Maybe? Okay, I will continue. Hello, everyone. I am Camcom. Paladino will be joining me eventually from the Shadow Realm. But for today, for your NECC Week 2 matchup here in the Challengers Division, we will have Clark Red taking on Mount Union Varsity. I think Paladino has arrived from the Shadow Realm. How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. As yes, Here is our schedule for the mainstream here today. As you see, 5 p.m., of course. Here we are, Clark Red taking on Mount University in the Challengers Division. At 7 p.m., in a couple hours from now, after this best of 3, you have SIU Black taking on Illinois Wesleyan, and that will be in the Champions Division. And, of course, at 9 p.m., your final match of the day, JBU Blue taking on Emporia State down in Navigators.
I got a good set of games today. Definitely looking forward to them. We have, of course, the one we have coming up next between Clark Red and Mount Union. Both these teams looking for their first win. Both got swept last week, so both looking for their first game win. And, of course, always good to kind of bounce back. Somebody's got to do it this week. We'll see who's able to get the job done.
Yes, unfortunately, both our teams here today at 5 o'clock were not able to take a game and obviously not a series in their Week 1 matches. Clark Red taking on SNHU Penmen in their Week 1 game, falling 0-2. And then, of course, Mount University taking on Alvernia, also unfortunately falling 0-2. So now, battle of the 0-1s here. First one to take a 1-1, first one to take an 0-2 here today.
Yeah, and like I said, both these teams not able to pick up a game, so we'll see what they're able to do. We have, an interesting series up ahead. I think in a series where neither side has won a game yet, I think that game 1 is always going to be really important. Getting some momentum, able to roll into the rest of the series is always going to be crucial. So we'll see who's able to pick up game 1 in just a few short minutes.
Few short minutes here, and speaking of that, we do get to see. I do believe it's either. Do we get to see players now? I think so.
I'm not sure.
Yes, we
There we
do.
go.
Okay, rosters here for you here now. Clark Red here in the top lane. I Heart Grew, of course, your sophomore top laner. In the jungle for your senior player, Pizza the Cat, sophomore mid laner. You got Zoom, sophomore AD carry here as well, Shakespeare, and for your freshman support, you got Ronhes. Moving on to our other team here, Mount Union Varsity. Absence of Mind will be your top laner. Speedy Kill Ninja in the jungle, Billy in the mid lane, Convicted, and Leah down there in the bot lane.
Both these teams, I think the major difference that I saw between these two rosters on the side of Mount Union, you have a much older roster, lots of juniors, lots of seniors. Where on the side of Clark, you got a freshman in the
Yeah.
support role. We'll see kind of if any of those, more seniority type rosters have any effect here, as we're already into draft set and Fiddlesticks picked up for the side of Clark Red, and then Mount Union going to go with Maokai Jarvan in top jungle, respectively.
Yes, the drafts have already been completed, so if draft orders looks a little weird, they're just picking top to bot for themselves right now. The actual B1 selection here for Mount University was actually Fiddlesticks, and then they went down the line with Talia, and then their AD carry of choice here, which I won't spoil for you. They'll be picking AD carry here in a minute, but just looking at the top sites here now, Paladino, thoughts on just, I guess probably the jungle mid matchup is the one that I'm looking for the most right here.
Yeah, jungle mid's going to have a lot of impact on this game, especially when you have someone like Jarvan on the side of Pizza the Cat. Champion wants to gank early, can gank level 2, level 3, but it's hard into a mid lane matchup like Talia throws down the E, makes it so much more difficult for the Jarvan to get things done. Fiddlesticks, one, you got to try and rush to level 6 and be incredibly impactful later on. Early level ganks, nothing incredibly special. Top side matchup is pretty interesting. Two more off meta picks with Set and Maokai. We'll kind of see how things go in that one. Not too much of a snowball lane, but Set can definitely become a powerhouse in the side lanes as the game goes on.
As the game goes on, yes, and now we get to see our bot lane champions of choice. So Misfortune was selected on B3, Seraphine on B4, and then the bot lane for Clark Red was R1, R2. The classic Sivir Lulu bot lane. We've been seeing it so much recently in the meta, and then of course Misfortune, I would say playing on the current patch here today, Misfortune is probably number 1 AD carry. I'm impressed that she actually made it past B1. Usually you see Misfortune either banned on red side or picked by blue side on B1. So the fact that she actually did make it to blue side again after R1, R2 is quite impressive. And they get the Misfortune Seraphine bot lane, the classic, you press E on one, you immediately get the E slow on the other, and it can easily just basically stun lock anyone that gets caught in either one. And then, of course, both their ultimates, you hit one, you hit the other. It's a really good wombo combo lane.
Yeah, I like the side of Mount Union's draft. Just for kind of a 5v5 team comp, they have a lot of wombo combo. Of course, you get the Seraphine ult on top of Fiddlesticks, Misfortune Bullet Time down there as well. Lots of options for them. And then, truthfully, on the side of Clark Red as well, I don't think theirs is too bad. They have a lot more poke damage coming out consistently from the Victor as well as the Sivir. Lulu there to buff them both up as well. I'm interested to see how both sides go. I think this is when we'll see a lot of potential 5v5 team fights. Of course, Mount Union, that's what they're going to want later on in the game. But the bot lane matchup can be pretty snowbally if Sivir is able to get ahead early. It's just going to run them over, especially opting for the Ghost. We'll see how things go. I'm excited for our game 1 here in the Challengers Mid-East.
Game 1 here, starting up here in just a couple of minutes, of course, after spectator delay. I want to focus a whole lot, actually, on this bot lane matchup because top lane, it's tank versus tank. Mid lane, it's mage versus mage. Bot lane is, at least my prediction here for this game 1, where all of the fun what do you call it, fiesting is gonna happen here is my prediction. You said it's gonna be very snowbally. I just think there's gonna be constant fighting. Yes, if you get Sivir like 3-0 in laning phase, she can absolutely 1v9 like Shakespeare. We hopefully we could see him do it here today in this game 1, and he actually absolutely has the team built around him. Almost like, I would say it either has to be Shakespeare or maybe Zoom later on in the game that does all the damage. The rest of the team, they're just enchanters. They're tanks. They're engaged. They're not going to be doing any damage.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think both Sivir and Victor in this game have a chance to really carry on the side of damage. But the important thing to note is both those champs really need items to start doing damage. They both really need to scale. Obviously, like you already mentioned, the incredibly meta pick Sivir Lulu. Lulu just going to sit back and make sure that get some damage buffs over to the Sivir. But she really needs 3 items. So does Victor. Victor needs 2 items, 3 items before he can really start outputting a ton of damage. On the side of Mount Union as well, you kind of need it, but not as much. I think Misfortune can do well on 3 items and is going to spike, of course. Any champion that gets that Infinity Edge will spike. But you're always going to have the ability to stun lock someone like you mentioned. You have the Seraphine ult, layering a ton of damage as well with things like the Fiddlesticks ult, Misfortune ult as well. But if the game goes long, it's hard not to favor Clark Red.
Yeah, hard not to favor them. I agree. It's all gonna come down to wombo, I think. You land like 1 or 2 really good wombo combos for Mount Union, they're gonna take the game. Like, that's basically what their comp is built around. It's almost akin to like a Diana Yasuo comp where you hit this wombo, you're probably gonna win the game if you are able to do it consistently. And if you miss it, then you're probably going to lose the game. It's easier said than done, though, so you have to be able to time it right. It's all about communication. It's all about just simply not tilting, because you probably are going to miss it a few times, but that one time you hit it, depending on how late in the game it is, if that's 30 minutes, that could be an Elder, that could be a Baron. It's just all dependent on what you're able to get out of any sort of wombo you can hit here from Mount Union.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think an important person that I'm going to keep my eye on in this one is Speedy Killer Ninja on the Fiddlesticks. They play that champ so much in solo queue. Clearly a comfort pick. Obviously, when you're picking Fiddlesticks on B1, there's got to be a reason for it. And I think one of the important things to note with Fiddlesticks, obviously, there's a lot of people who play League, a lot of players who play a lot of the champions over and over and over again. But Fiddlesticks is one where finding creative angles to stay out of enemy vision is really crucial. And I think you really only master that by putting in a ton of games like Speedy has. So that could definitely be a deciding factor. If you're able to land a huge Fiddlesticks ult, it makes landing the skills on someone like the Seraphine much, much easier.
Yeah. And specifically for, I would say, Speedy's fiddle stats here, basically tied for his most played champion here at 150 games, 60% win rate in D2 with this champion. So I would say very scary fiddle to be able to try and go up against here with the team fighting comp that both of these teams did decide to pick here in their game 1 for the week 2 best of 3 here.
Yeah, like you already said, Zach and Fiddlesticks, the two most played by far for Speedy. Zach banned away first rotation, got to pick up the fiddle. We'll see how big of an impact he is able to make here in this one. I think early on in the season, it's very smart what both teams have decided to do, picking a lot of comfort picks. Obviously, with the Fiddlesticks on B1, that's the biggest one we can point out. But going back to comfort picks, that this is a champ that you know exactly what to do. You know how much damage you're going to be able to output.
Ooh.
We'll see what they're able to do as we see some early action on the top side.
I was confused with the fiddle farming. I was like, wait, or not a fiddle, the fizz farming. I was like, wait, there's a fizz in the game now? Okay. Potential level 1 invade here from the side of Clark Red, but unfortunately not quite able to spot out Speedy there. Just will drop a ward. Good. Almost spotted absence, but he's just here for vision. He's not actually looking to fight anyone, just a few wards dropped by Clark Red. Nice level 1 invade, just for some extra information.
Yeah, the level 1, not a horrible idea from the side of Clark Red. You have the Maokai, you can start W, easily lock somebody down, probably blow a flash, but not able to find anything except that ward on the blue buff. Both top laners standing on the opposite side of the wall, not knowing where each other are. We'll see where both junglers decide to start. I think if you're the side of Clark Red, you definitely want to favor towards that bot side. I think that's the easiest to make a play off. And like I mentioned in the draft phase, very snowbally lane. Whichever side gets to hit those spikes first is going to change the tides of all these team fights. So I'd like to see both junglers focus very heavily on the bot side, as Pizza the Cat will start his red buff with a leash from iHeart Group.
Yeah, and on the other side of the map, Speedy Ninja actually doing the classic fiddle clear of start wolves, clear the top side blue plus Gromp at the same time, and then you can recall and then make your decision of what you want to do after that. You go red, you can do a full clear after that, or you could just lift the gank bot. Really does kind of depend. Could be a little bit harder though, seeing Piece of the Cat looking for an invade. Recognizes knowing exactly where Speedy started because of the 2 wards that they were able to place level 1. But they're looking for a sneaky blue buff invade. Smite goes in the favor of Pizza Cat there, I do believe, and forces the flash out from Speedy. That's going to be very detrimental to his full clear. Just about able to snipe the Gromp around the wall even. And Pizza the Cat might just be in a little bit of trouble, collapsed on here by presence of Absence of Mind even already, but Zoom will be the first mid laner to arrive, taking out that kill on the Absence of Mind as well. Speedy Kill Ninja, unfortunately, not quite having that fear available for himself yet. Nice flash knock up there landed by Pizza. Billy does not have the flash, popping the ghost now instead, and with that ghost, I think he should be okay, but meanwhile down the bot lane, Convicted with that flash news, does look like he was able to get first blood for himself as well.
Yeah, Convicted picking up the first blood, not able to see it on stream with so much action there in the top side. But the trade overall goes 1 for 1. Bunch of gold in the pocket of Convicted with that first blood, and Pizza the Cat gonna make a play here in the mid lane.
Oh no, Billy thought he was safe, but Pizza the Cat hovering mid for a little bit too long there for Billy, not knowing exactly where he was. You can assume he's staying around mid lane, but you don't want to assume that he's exactly in that bush, unfortunately. Billy just not knowing that will fall.
Yeah, very easy play. You know that Billy's got no sums, no flash, no ghost. Incredibly easy to take advantage of with the Jarvan. Pizza the Cat gets his job done and hands the kill over to Zoom as well. So this one pretty much dead even in gold, thanks to Convicted picking up that kill in the bot side for first blood, and also a very large CS advantage for Convicted on the Misfortune so far.
Yeah, also having that Noon Quiver up on Shakespeare's, no items right now. Unfortunately, Clark Red's bot lane has not even been allowed to buy a single item. And compare that to Convicted's full Noon Quiver, they will be doing a whole lot of damage now on the Misfortune. Again, getting very far in the draft for how meta of a pick this is right now. iHeartGrew taking a little bit of a rough trade there against Absence of Mind. Absence will be able to heal quite nicely off that as well. Just hold on to some extra pots and biscuits up here. Remember, it is tank v tank, so I'm not expecting any actual 1v1 kills here. I think it should end up being pretty even up until level 6, but if there is, then I'm all for it.
Yeah, I think the level 6 spike is pretty important here in the top lane. While Maokai top has really been out of the meta for a long time, just now coming back a few patches ago, I do think that Set is going to be favored as we get later in the game. So much of his kit reliant on doing bonus HP damage with the ult, able to ult Maokai into the rest of his team if you get the right angle. But it looks like Pizza the Cat is going to try to make a play here on Absence of Mind. He knows he has no flash.
Pizza the Cat, like you say, knowing Set does not have flash, going in for the extra W damage on iHeartGrew, but unfortunately will not be quite enough. Absence of Mind trading his life for iHeartGrew's flash. Excellent gank there from Pizza the Cat, though.
Yeah, not a bad idea from Absence of Mind. Probably would have secured the kill with the W. Good flash from iHeartGrew, and they get the job done. So 2 free kills pretty early so far for Pizza the Cat. Has not gotten his recall off quite yet. We'll see what he's able to grab here in base after clearing off these crows.
Yeah, he's got to be sitting on at least 1,500 gold, if not probably more, actually, just sitting in his pocket there, potentially for... No, I was considering, like, is he going to go for another full clear before recalling? That would be a little dangerous, but no. We get to see exactly what he buys here. I'm going to put my money on 2,000. Okay, a little less than 2,000. Yeah, it was around 1,800 gold there for that buy. Just shy of having the full mythic at 5 minutes. You know,
yeah.
Just very close.
Yeah, lots of gold in the pocket of Pizza the Cat. That Iron Spike Whip going to help to clear out even more. Pick up the Ruby Crystal for some HP. Longsword for even more AD as well. Very, very strong. Speedy Killer Ninja has caught up in CS. Not able to get any ganks done quite yet, like we mentioned in draft. Really need to rush that level 6 on the Fiddlesticks. We see some more trading up here in the top lane.
Some more trading up here. iHeartGrew, unfortunately, just keeps trying to break these freezes that Absence of Mind sets up, and he takes some hard trades in return for attempting to break the freeze here. Pizza the Cat looking for a second gank here in the mid lane. Nice knock up landed on the Billy. Still does not have flash available to Talia. Excellent timing of summoners there by Clark Red, and with that, now 2-0 for Zoom.
Yeah, Ghost for Ghost in the mid lane as well. Zoom and Billy both pop it. But Billy, unfortunately, not able to get out of that one. Again, nice play from Pizza the Cat. I think that's really just showcases that they're tracking timers well. They know that Billy Flash is about to come up, so they take advantage of it one more time and grab another kill for their Control Mage scaling mid laner. As
here's the level 6 iHeartGrew popping level 6 before Absence of Mind even gets it, but with that last W, just about gets the final auto attack on the minion that he so needs. iHeartGrew now no flash, no ult. I thought for sure he was gonna die there, but does look like, again, even with the level 6 advantage, just unfortunately not quite able to get a lead still in this lane.
Yeah, very close. Not able to get that last auto off. I think the E was on cooldown as well. More fighting here on the top side.
Oh no! I heard group. Oh. Okay, man, these freezes are quite literally killing iHeartGrew right now, man. He is not having a fun time. Flash from absence and gets solo kill down as well, man. iHeartGrew, he's having a rough time at the top lane. He is not allowed to play League of Legends anymore.
Yeah, very difficult. And truthfully, an interesting set build so far that I'm not really accustomed to seeing. Rushing the Sheen with that first base earlier on, going for Grasp. Normally see something like the Conqueror, even the Lethal Tempo sometimes out of set. But going for more, I imagine it's going to be a Divine Sunder or a Trinity Force. We'll see what he picks up in base here in just a couple seconds.
Just a couple seconds here. Shakespeare going to be forced to flash away from that Misfortune E there as well. It's just, you get hit by the Misfortune E, you have to assume that Leah will follow it up with their own E, but nice countergate coming in here from Pizza the Cat. Once again, able to countergate Speedy for his first gank of the game with the Victor ult on top there. The Chaos Storm finishing off Speedy Kill Ninja for now 3 kills in the pocket of Pizza the Cat.
It's not a bad idea there from Speedy Kill Ninja. You know that there's no vision. Able to flash in with the Fiddlesticks ult, but just not enough damage coming out from Billy yet. After those Talia changes we saw months ago, Talia is not the early game mage that we used to see. Very much more reliant on scaling.
I was like, man, Billy, at this point in the game, he's been ganked 4 times. Like, he's just trying to play mid lane, man. And you see it in the CS now as well, down 20 CS to Zoom, just because he can't even walk up to the wave at this point. Pizza the Cat showing his faith in top side once again, but absence, you cannot gank a set from behind that easily. He will attempt to ult you out, but still, with Pizza the Cat now quite fed, I would say, on the J4, 4-0 in his pocket. We'll be able to pick up that one once again on the absence.
It's a good play so far. Early game here from Clark Red. The one concern I kind of have is a lot of the gold is on the Jarvan, which is not a particularly good scaling champ. But if he's able to get very far ahead and keep impacting his lanes like he has been, obviously things are going to keep going well. We've seen it already go well in the mid lane. Your only real concern so far, if you're Clark Red, is the big gap here in the bot lane. 90 CS to 50 in favor of Convicted. But we'll see how much of a role that has to play. Obviously, the same can be said on the alternative in the mid lane for Clark Red. But it looks like Speedy Killer Ninja might be trying to make a play here on the dive.
Looking for a dive here on the bot lane, popping both the bot lane ultimates, but unfortunately not having their Crow Storm available means they will not be able to get the second kill into Ronos. Oh, nope. Okay, I was going to say that was a little too close for comfort there for Ronos. Just living with 1 HP, forced you to use the flash there as well. But the classic, bullet time plus Encore, able to easily secure that kill onto Shakespeare, will hold onto that Ghost for the next gank. But Speedy Kill Ninja not even having to use the Crow Storm there means that they're able to go for the next invade once again on the Pizza.
Yeah, not bad at all. They'll grab this bot side crab as well. The first Drake was picked up by Clark Red just 3 minutes ago. Not bad. I think it was a good play by Speedy Killer Ninja. I want to say he feared the Lulu, but it looks like Pizza the Cat going to try to make a play here.
Pizza the Cat is here, is able to land the knock-up onto Leah, and as well following it up with a flash on a Convicted. Speedy Kill Ninja only having the Crow Storm available and being in vision with it as well means he can't even get the fear off with it, is just forced to watch his bot lane die. I think Convicted was sitting on a lot of gold there as well. You see he immediately completes the full Kraken on that death, so he was absolutely probably sitting on like 1,500 gold, so it was just unfortunately overstaying by just 1 wave. Gives 2 more kills now to Pizza, as well as a free timer to drop the Rift Hill bot lane.
Yeah, and I like this decision to drop the Rift bot. You want to get some more gold into the Sivir. You know that Shakespeare is already a little bit behind, obviously with the completed Kraken Slayer now for Convicted. So get some more pocket into your scaling 80 carry. That can hopefully translate a little bit more later on into this one. But so far, it's been a good early game. Like we mentioned, for Clark Red, up just under 1.5k gold here at as we approach the 12-minute mark.
Just up 1,500 gold. Excellent early game plays by Clark Red, and especially Pizza the Cat here. He's been on the map for every single counter gank from Speedy Kill Ninja. He's been there so many times in the mid lane, pretty much making sure, like I said, Billy is not able to barely touch the wave, let alone play the game. You see this in the CS deficit, or the CS benefit even that Zoom has been able to find in the mid lane. Maybe Pizza the Cat doesn't have as much CS as Speedy Kill Ninja, but obviously the 5 kills will more than make up for it.
Yeah, definitely. Pizza the Cat just impacting his lanes so well. Like you mentioned, matching every counter gank, but not only that, being more proactive as well. Taking very good advantage of Jarvan's ability to get things done at level 2 and level 3 that Fiddlesticks doesn't really have. As we see some more fighting in the top lane won't result in much. But yeah, the 20 CS advantage really doesn't do a whole lot for Speedy. Yeah. Just with so much finish now for Pizza the Cat, picks up Merc Treads and the Hex Drinker on this last base.
Speedy working so hard on that CS advantage, and we're just here like, yeah, no, I think the 5 kills are pretty cool too, though. Absence going for another 1v1 on the top lane here, but this time is absolutely not able to win it so well. But the Crowstorm is here to try and turn it back around. iHeartGirl committed just a little too hard, getting that flash after Absence, but will unfortunately trade his life. But on the bot side of the map, though, with Speedy Kill Ninja showing his face up on the top side, 2 dragons now will go in the favor of Clark Red.
Yeah, dragon stacking incredibly important after those changes a few patches ago. I like Clark Red's decision to take advantage of the mid prio they've had all game, pick up the first one, and now, like you said, you see Speedy Kill Ninja. He saves his top laner, but at what cost? Lose that second Drake. It's definitely something that's going to need to be a priority for blue side here, as Pizza the Cat making a play in the bot lane.
Pizza the Cat with a very long wraparound onto the bot lane of Mount Union, just with the Cataclysm, easily able to take down Convicted, bringing down Zoom here as well with that Chaos Storm. Just simply too much damage for Leah to try to live. She will fall, even with that Moonstone not going to be enough healing, unfortunately. 2 more kills now for the mid jungle of Clark Red. They are just dominating this early game.
Yeah, like you said, it's been all Clark Red. Pizza the Cat and Zoom here so far, getting a ton of gold into the mid laner. And like we said, both mid and the AD carry position for Clark Red, they need to scale, and they're definitely doing that so far with Zoom. Picking up that early Ludens, hasn't based in a while, going to grab another wave, excuse me, in the mid lane. But Billy did catch up a little bit, caught up some in CS, picked up a plate or 2 as well. Finally has the Ludens finished. As Pizza the Cat and his bot lane are going to try to go for an invade on the red buff.
All mythics completed now for Mount Union. Nice use of the Talia W there, knocking back Pizza the Cat, keeping him away from getting over the wall as easily as he would have liked. But the Lulu Walt keeps him alive for way too long. You know, I don't think you're going to be able to kill Pizza the Cat that easily, even if Billy does land a nice WQ combo. And with that, the invade just once again going in the favor of Clark Red. They have the mid-bot prio just constantly, and Pizza the Cat obviously can really invade whenever he wants, just like that. Steal the red, walk away. Don't even have to use any ults.
Yeah, he's just so strong, especially when he gets the push for his bot lane. Shakespeare and Rona's able to walk up with him. He does get the red buff on the Smite fight. And like you said, even though he's down 20 CS, he's just got so much gold in his pocket from all those early kills that he'll have the full Hex Drinker item Malmorty, excuse me, completed here soon. But if you're the side of Mount Union, there's still hope. Obviously, your top laner is pretty strong, up some CS, got the solo kill earlier on, and Convicted is very much still ahead in this matchup.
Yes.
I think Shakespeare's got the Kraken Slayer in base, but not able to get it quite yet as the tower will fall.
I was going to say, I was very worried Shakespeare was just going to stay and try to keep the tower alive, and I'm like, my friend, that tower is very dead. It's already dead when you're already standing under it like that. And Shakespeare, even if he does finish Kraken Slayer now, he is just so far behind Convicted. From this point on in the game, he's going to be a minimum of half an item behind. Bullet time plus Feather. No, not Featherstorm. It's Crowstorm. Featherstorm and Zaya. Crowstorm will just take out Shakespeare once again, even through the Spell Shield. And Ghost combo Billy as well. Going to be forced to use his flash once again in the mid. He was given just a few seconds to breathe. Those few seconds were a little bit too long for Pizza. Trying to flash for flash there once again.
Yeah, flash for flash is pretty good if you're Pizza the Cat here. Obviously, Billy does have some ways to stop with the Talia E, but very easy to take advantage of Billy now that he's got no mobility spells left up. But a nice play in the bot lane for the side of Mount Union. Very simple wombo combo like you talked about. You don't even need the encore from Leah. You just do the bullet time on top of the Crow Storm, and instantly Shakespeare's health bar drops rapidly.
Yeah, Shakespeare just... Unfortunately, with these Sivir nerfs, I think it was on 1 or 2 patches ago, Sivir received some pretty massive nerfs where she is definitely no longer, I would say, able to be blind picked as early as they picked it for Clark Red, and especially not if Miss Fortune is up. Miss Fortune was still available for Clark Red. They picked Sivir over Miss Fortune, and now kind of forcing Sivir into the old matchup of Sivir versus Miss Fortune is just simply not the same that it was just a couple of patches ago. It is so much harder for Sivir to be able to find any sort of lead in this lane, even with Pizza the Cat having such a massive lead over Speedy.
Yeah, like you said, big lead in the jungle, but I think the lead in the bot lane is going to have more impact. Like I mentioned a little bit earlier, so many kills on Jarvan in the early game feels good, but I think when you get to the late game, what you're going to notice is not that Jarvan is ahead, but rather that Sivir is behind. This next Drake coming up in 20 seconds, we could see a fight as Mount Union tries to encroach on as much space as they can. They do have just about every ult up with bullet time coming off cooldown right now.
Bullet time just about to come off a cooldown. Watch it's still Crow Storm. I'll get it one day. Piece of the Cat though on the engage on the other side. Billy, a little bit caught out there. No more Talia means this team fight is significantly harder. Talia might not even be one of the members for the Wombo combo. Now forcing them to fight 3v5 in the river makes it so much harder for Mount Union when they are so team fit reliant as a team comp here. Dragon started up now by Clark Red. So dangerous when you still have the Wombo combo available. There goes the Crow Storm. 5-man fear as well on top of that, of course, Conviction and Leah still available. Shutdown coming down for Leah now as well. The damage is finally here. All 5 members fall. It's a double kill for Leah, and with that, they finally get a dragon from Mount Union.
That is the Speedy Killer Ninja Fiddlesticks. Massive Crow Storm followed up with a bullet time. It's exactly what we talked about, executed to perfection. It doesn't matter that it's a 4v5 for the side of Mount Union. They get all that damage off, and it is way too much for Clark Red as the lead has completely switched on its head with now a little over a 3k gold lead for Mount Union.
I mean, Clark Red, they played that as best as they possibly could. They got the pick before the team fight. It was just unfortunate that the one member that they picked was literally the only member that doesn't have the ultimate in the Wombo combo, right? So as much as you got the mid laner, oh no, you still have an encore, plus a Crow Storm, plus the bullet time, and even a Haymaker as well on top of that, right? All of these are just so hard to try and team fight against for Clark Red. Oh no. Okay, just don't talk about it. You know what? Good job, Billy. I'm so proud of you. I don't know what the interaction was.
Go ult for ult, it just walks on out, somehow is able to get through with the Thalia wall, so not bad, doesn't die, has no access to the summoner spells, but doesn't need them this time. Billy still down quite a bit, but a very aggressive build from Zoom, going for Death Cap second on this victory.
Yeah, very aggressive. Unfortunately, just won't have any sort of utility. He's kind of forced to actually build full aggressive here because he is the only damage member that actually got kills in the early game. The other damage member that we talked about during draft being Shakespeare. Shakespeare, so far behind. It's going to be all on Zoom past the 30-minute mark to actually be able to do this damage, so he does not get to build any stopwatch. There's no crown. There's no any sort of defense or utility that Zoom is allowed to build. Absence a little bit deep on the invade there. I was a little worried that he might get collapsed upon, but does look like he should be perfectly safe for now.
Gets out just fine. Just thought he was going to go catch the wave in the bot side, instead just hovering. Just a 1-3-1 here so far for Clark Red, trying to recuperate some of the losses they just took at that last Drake fight. Baron now up. Definitely think we'll see both these sides try to hover that way. One big pick leading into, a couple more can lead into a Baron very easily. And even though Clark Red's down just a bit in gold now, that can all change very quickly after a Baron fight.
One team fight swinging the gold, 4,000, almost 5,000 in the favor of Mount Union. You see there at the top of the graph, Convicted and Pizza are the 2 members to watch, and just slightly behind them, of course, Zoom and Speedy Kill Ninja trying to make their way into that 9k gold mark where Convicted and Pizza have been pretty well hovering. I mean, later in the game, obviously we've talked about it a lot now, Convicted will do more damage than Pizza, but Zoom is up there, so he'll make his way up as well.
Yeah, the one thing that's really concerning me is how low Shakespeare is on that list. Before
Yeah.
just a few seconds ago, picking a couple waves, had less gold than Leah on the Seraphine support. That is not what you want from your AD carry. Still lots of time left. We're kind of getting to that point where the AD carry starts taking pretty much every jungle camp, picking up every wave. So can recuperate some of that, but still down quite a bit in items. And we know they're down quite a bit in gold, as there could be some fighting here in the top lane as Mount Union looks to pick up this dragon.
That is not the push you want to face check there, my friend. That is a 150 shutdown going in the pocket of Pizza. Remember, Leah getting the double kill in the last team fight that Mount Union were able to take absence as well. Just about face checking Pizza, but Pizza forced to use that Cataclysm on the kill onto Leah, means absence shouldn't be able to just walk out of that one safely. This is almost a Baron angle. It's a very scary Baron angle now for the next couple of seconds for Clark Red. This is going to be very hard for Mount Union once again to fight into, and now without Encore, it's actually much harder than without Billy.
Yeah, no Encore is very important. I think the one thing they have to keep track of is Speedy Killer Ninja on the Fiddlesticks, but they have so much vision control, not only with the wards on the map, but also Maokai saplings can easily detect if anybody's in there. They are going to start hitting the Baron. Speedy Killer Ninja going to have to try and look for an angle, but they know he doesn't quite know yet that he's on a ward. Absence of mind, looking for a flank, does get spotted out.
Bullet time, not going to be able to touch anyone, just kind of chunks out Zoom a little bit there. Flash coming up from Billy, but unfortunately, again, can't land NECC. But here comes the Crow Storm once again. You leave him out of vision. He will take your whole team with him. Shakespeare, the only member to survive the Crow Storm by Clark Red again and again. You land the Crow Storm, you win the team fight, you get the first dragon. Now you get a first Baron for Mount Union at just 23 minutes.
And that's the turn. I think one of the big tides in that fight as well. Leah coming back out of base with the Encore, lands it onto 3, and then Speedy Killer Ninja does it again. You have to keep your eyes on this guy. He finds the angles, lands the massive Crow Storm, and now not only do they get the Baron, they're going to grab their second Drake as well very easily as their gold lead goes up even more, starting to approach that 8K range.
8,000 gold in the favor of Mount Union. Remember, they were down about 2,000 at the 10-minute mark. So they have brought it back about 10,000 in their favor here. As I think is this on my side? I don't know.
It's
if this
on
is
mine
on my
as well.
Okay, cool. We got a little bit of a slideshow here for a second. We'll be back. Enjoy the slideshow of Set clearing a wave. Set is now recalling. Yes. Oh no. I thought it would go away. Oh.
It's all right.
We're back.
It happens sometimes.
Welcome back, Shelly. Yes. Is this where Fizz is going to start clearing the mid-wave again? That was so funny. Oh, we got all the spawn animations. Oh my goodness, look at the cute little frog.
There we go. Oh, we're back. Nice.
Yay! I was enjoying the spawn animations. I think the chickens have really good spawn animations. What's your favorite spawn animation?
I mean, chickens are good. I think Gromp, it's got to be up there. I like wolves too. Wolves are cool.
Okay. I'm gonna have to be forced to disagree with you here. Wolves are my least favorite spawn animation.
Wow.
They kind of just jump out of the wall. There's nothing special about them. Like, at least Gromp gets a little baby Gromp.
That's true. That's fair.
Oh no. We are
just some technical difficulties. It happens. I think this one, although Clark Red picked up a lot of those early kills, a lot of early gold, especially on Pizza the Cat on the Jarvan, Mount Union has very clearly done exactly what they needed to do. We talked about it. They need to scale. They need to have their ults up, go for the wombo combo, and Speedy Killer Ninja. He's been the man of the match so far in all these team fights, finding those creative angles like we talked about, securing huge Crow Storms on the side of Clark Red has drastically changed this one. And now it's really up to Clark Red. You need to get the Sivir items.
Yeah.
You need to make sure that your Victor, he's starting to become more even with the Talia. He needs to stay further ahead. And they have to get a fight where they don't immediately all get hit by the same CC abilities that take them down incredibly quickly.
And that is the biggest weakness of having a fiddle in your team comp, right? Where if you all get hit by the Crow Storm, then you're just going to lose the team fight. We've seen it 2 times in a row now, but if the Crow Storm misses, if it is wasted, if it is not available for the initial engage of the team fight, that is when Clark Red can start to find their way back into this game. 8,000 gold down now at around, I believe, 25-30 minute mark is where we are in the game, but we'll be coming back soon. If you're just joining us now, we are in a technical pause. We'll be returning shortly after we watch the next inhibitor. This is not the Nexus.
Close enough. There's the Nexus.
Beautiful, beautiful. I want the spawn animation of the Nexus. These are spawn animations of minions. I'm sorry, but the minion spawn animation is probably the worst in the game.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really special about it. You know, they just kind of come out of the Nexus. There's not a ton to be said.
Have you seen the little minion animation videos of them like working underground and stuff, and it's animated like super cute? I wish I knew the name of the person that made it.
I don't think I have seen those.
Aw.
Sounds nice.
It's like a whole animated like short series where each one is just minions doing some sort of cute activity, like working on the Nexus or like I don't know, feeding the Gromp or something. Like it's super
Nice.
cute.
Yeah. I think if we're talking about spawn animations, I think Baron must be the best.
Okay,
I mean,
you're
like
Baron enjoyer.
flies around the wall. It's pretty cool.
Okay, okay. Baron best spawn animation. Okay, I was right. We're at 25-minute mark. Oh no.
Oh. We're back for a moment. Here we go. Oh. Are we?
Oh no, the suspense is killing me. Leah. Oh, I thought that was an EQ from Jarp, and I was like, oh no, Lily's just dead. But no, it's just not on the word. I was like, oh god. When you pause in the J4 animation, now I know it looks like an EQ animation. More you know.
Important to keep track of. So the lead for Mount Union just getting close to eclipsing this 8K as iHeartGrew is on the wrong side of the rift. We'll drop the Maokai ult, but drop.
Yeah, unfortunate there for iHeartGrew, just not keeping track of who is in his own jungle, and you just see the general lack of vision, right, coming out from Clark Red. They simply cannot ward their own jungle. It is immediately cleared by Mount Union Varsity. There's just nowhere left, really, that is safe for Clark Red that is outside of their inhibitor tower line, which is still yet to be broken by Mount Union. They do have the Baron now, though, and just 5-man straight up mid is, I would say, the absolute best way to go about trying to secure at least one inhibitor turret, maybe even the inhibitor in the mid lane here as well.
Yeah, this should be an easy pickup for Mount Union, as I think Clark Red knows there's too much gold and the Baron buff obviously behind for Mount Union. You're just going to have to sack that one, try to fight them when that Baron buff expires, but I think it is important, especially now with this mid inhibitor down. Both sides of Clark Red's jungle don't really belong to them anymore. It's going to be hard to maintain vision. Those camps are all going to be taken away. Very difficult for them to do anything, as we'll now see Mount Union going to go ahead and 4-man this bot wave, as Absence of Mind is going to solo push there in the top lane.
Pizza the Cat going in there for the engage and just immediately getting blown up, not getting the chance to get any healing off whatsoever. Ghost Storm used here as well, but unfortunately not getting that fear off does make it a little bit harder for Speedy Kill Ninja to get any kills back on that exhaust there as well. Absence of Mind, meanwhile, just running Zoom down on the other side of the fight. Crow Storm plus that Zanya's will buy so much time for Speedy, pretty much holding 3 members off on his own absence, actually flashing in on an iHeartGrew there, but with Rondas behind him, should be able to at least live through that flash, but the rest of this team absolutely will not be able to. 3 members of Clark Red fallen with that. I think that's just game 1 now in the favor of Mount Union Varsity.
Yeah, no one respawning. That's very easy to chain CC iHeartGrew. He's staying alive for now, the flash forward, but it won't get the job done, as Mount Union going to take game 1.
Congratulations to Mount Union Varsity taking their first win here in the NECC fall split. And unfortunately, Clark Red fall. The amazing plays in the early game. Again, like, we have to give so much credit to Jay for Pizza the Cat here, right? Like, every single counter gank didn't have the CS lead, but had every other lead on the map. They had the first 2 dragons. They had the first 2 rift shields. They dropped them so well to try and get bot lane and mid lane ahead as much as possible. They're 2 damaged lanes, and unfortunately, all of the gold being on one of the members of the team that just isn't going to be able to do damage later on onto a misfortune. You're going to lack damage later on in the game, and that was just the biggest problem that Clark Red had to face.
Yeah, I think that, and if you're going into game 2, if I'm on the side of Clark Red, obviously we know that Speedy Killer Ninja, he plays a lot of Fiddlesticks. His other champion plays a lot of Zac. They banned away the Zac. I think you're going to have to bite the bullet and ban both. I don't want to see them leave open Fiddlesticks again, even though we saw Pizza the Cat get in early, steal away the blue buff. It just wasn't enough. He found too many creative angles to drastically change team fights later on. We saw it at the Drake pit. We saw it at the Baron pit. He's going to be able to be successful even if he's set behind and not able to be as proactive early. So I'd like to see that from the side of a draft change. And for Clark Red, I think put more priority bot. We saw that Convicted was able to win the 2v2 down there with Leah as well. I think if you put more focus down there and don't let it snowball as hard, the game becomes a lot easier.
The game would also be a lot easier. You say ban Zach and Fiddlesticks. I'm gonna add Misfortune on that ban. We're just gonna straight up tell Clark Red, Misfortune, Zach, Fiddle, you ban all 3 champions, your win percentage goes up way higher. I promise you. Like, these 3 champions are a big problem. Just in terms of meta, obviously for Misfortune, and then the 2 Zach and Fiddlesticks mains here for Mount Union. But with that, heading into game 2 here fairly shortly, we'll be going to a quick break as we head into draft for game 2.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did, 'cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to your Week 2 matchup here on the NECC broadcast. Once again, I am Camcom. I got it right. Paladino.
You got it right the
over
first time.
there also casting with me here today. Mount Union Varsity 1-0 up in their best of 3 against Clark Red. Paladino, thoughts in game 1? What are we changing up here for game 2?
I mean, if I'm Clark Red, I'd like to see probably some more focused bot lane. I think what Pizza was able to do was very good. I think the only negative was all the kills went to him instead. I talked about it potentially being a problem in the early game. It wound up being a problem later. Jarvan just not able to do much. And I think with the Fiddlesticks, if you're going to leave it open, you have to really, really try and just have someone track him constantly. Speedy Killer Ninja has way too many games on that champ for you to just let him do whatever he wants. He can find creative angles. He did it last game. We know that even if he gets behind early, he's going to farm well and he's going to find creative angles in those important team fights. I think that's what you need to focus on if you're Clark Red and you want to bring this series to a game 3.
Hopefully bringing it to a game 3 here for Clark Red. Once again, Clark Red currently winless. Gotta get at least one win here, right? Like we're not going completely winless in the game, or not game. We're not going completely winless into week 3 is what I was trying to say here. As we do move into draft here, I'm not exactly sure how side select works, but what I do know is we are sticking at 2 same sides for game 2. So once again, Matt University on the blue side and Clark Red on the red side, making it nice and easy for us here. Champions. You may recognize some. Some have been picked again. Some are brand new to us here, Paladino.
Yeah, one thing I was surprised to see, Speedy Killer Ninja gets the Fiddlesticks once again. Absence of mind. Yeah, B1 once again. Absence of mind going to grab the set again. And Billy again on the Talia. So top side all the same for Mount Union Varsity. A little bit of a change for Clark Red opting for the Gangplank instead of the Maokai, but Jungle mid, exactly the same. Pizza the Cat and Zoom. They succeeded in the early game. who's to say they can't do it again, opting for the Jarvan victor in game 2.
I mean, Pizza the Cat, like you just said, Paladino, super good early game. Coming out 15 minutes with a 6-0 scoreline. So absolutely, hopefully we get to see him do it again here in game 2, as now we get to see the bot lanes of choice. That is a Misfortune Yumi selected here for Aaliyah instead of the Seraphine that she did have in game 1. Seraphine banned away, luckily, and a Tristana Lulu instead. So a much more aggressive bot lane. Sivir Lulu, very defensive, very let's farm for 30 minutes, play AFK lane. Tristana, complete opposite. I like Tristana a lot more than Sivir right now, actually, in the meta. I think Sivir was just, I don't want to say gutted, but her nerfs were pretty massive. Like, she was taken from probably about an S tier to probably about a C tier, and Tristana's hovering always around, like, kind of B-A area. So, Tristana, Lulu being just perma S tier in recent patches, absolutely, I think, can make it much harder for Convicted Leah to farm and play the lane as easily as they were able to in game 1.
Yeah, most definitely. I think if you're on the side of Clark Red, you want to put some priority here in the bot lane. It's a little harder easier, excuse me, here now in game 2. Once that bot lane hits level 2 for Shakespeare and Macrodoodle, Tristana can just jump on your head very, very easily. And there's not much Yumi can do about it. You can drop the exhaust, but that's going to have a 3-minute cooldown afterwards. So I really, really want to see Pizza the Cat have a same path, but a little bit different. I liked the red buff into blue steel, obviously, because it worked out. But I think a 3 camp into bot lane would be a lot better anyways, if you're able to blow sums early on for Convicted. Not able to play as aggressive, because he's always got to be worried about the Jarvan coming up behind him. And as we know, I'm sure we've all experienced it in solo queue. If a Tristana gets very fed early, it does not make the game very fun for anyone. So I think that's the goal for Clark Red. You know that Zoom's going to play well in the mid lane. But we need to see what comes out of iHeartGrew. One of his most played champs in solo queue is Gangplank. We'll see what he's able to get done in the top lane, facing off against Absence of Mind set once again.
Yes, I like the Gangplank a lot more than the Maokai that they had last game, where the Maokai was a very utility, very supportive pick, hopefully kind of built into the comp to support either Zoom or Shakespeare. Shakespeare just got too far behind that it just made the rest of the utility champions on the team a lot more useless than they originally kind of were picked to be, right? It was like, we picked Maokai to be able to support you, and if we're not able to support you, then we're not going to be as useful in ourselves either. Gangplank, on the other hand, very resource-intensive champion, but if you do get him resources, then he can absolutely 1v9. He's another one of these champions similar to Victor, where you get him 3 items at 30 minutes, he can absolutely deal crazy damage. A very different champion, very different style than the Maokai in game 1.
What I'm hoping to see out of iHeartGrew, I don't know what he prefers in solo queue on the Gangplank. In competitive, we mostly see bruiser GPs. We see some crit ones every once in a while. I'd really like to see a full damage, full crit Gangplank in this one. Because truthfully, I think even if you go bruiser, you're probably going to get blown up right away anyways. The Wombo combo is still there for Mount Union. So if you can blow them up faster instead with those barrels at higher levels, I just think that's going to be much, much easier to accomplish for the side of Clark Red.
Hopefully, we will have to wait and see here, as the game will hopefully begin soon. We didn't do predictions for game 1, Paladino. I want to do predictions for game 2. Pretend like game 1 didn't happen. Pretend like these are all completely new champions, team comps, everything. Who's winning game 2?
I think even if I wiped game 1 from my memory, it's gone, it never happened, I still would probably favor Mount Union, just because I know Speedy Killer Ninja has so many games on the Fiddlesticks, that it's going to be a comfort pick for him. But just comp for comp, I probably like Clark Reds a little bit more. I like Victor a lot. I like Gangplank. I think Lulu helps out a lot, quite a bit as well. Tristana is going to scale fairly well. And plays pretty fine into something like the Yumi, as well as the set it's okay into. Not great into Talia. Just kind of gets outranged. But again, I think it's a similar matchup like we saw in game 1, where both bot lanes can really snowball off of one another. If Misfortune gets to those spikes faster than Tristana, Misfortune is just going to be more useful. And same for the vice versa as well. But what about you? Who do you think is going to take game 2?
Oh, okay. This is hard because you just give so many reasons for both teams, and I'm like, yes, Speedy is really proficient on the fiddle. We saw it game 1. I said I'm gonna ignore game 1, but we saw it game 1 where Speedy was absolutely super good at the re-engages on the fiddle ults, right, every single time. But I'm gonna give it to Clark Red. I think that this new team comp, even despite only changing 2 champions, has kind of fixed a few of the problems that the team comp had for them in game 1. They have extra damage members. They will have extra late game damage, assuming we do get to that 30-minute mark once again. I think they can bring us to a game 3 tonight.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I think you need to make some small execution changes if you're Clark Red. Put more priority on your bot lane. You don't want to let Convicted scale for free, as we'll see both sides start with a 5-man start. I really don't know whose is better. It's probably the side of Clark Reds, as we got a little bit of a technical issue, unless that's only on my end here early on.
Okay. Back to
Gosh,
the front animations.
But we know that there could be some action here very early on with the level 1 from both sides. Both know they're stacking up on the top side. And it's an interesting call from Clark Red. They did the same thing in game 1. Mountain Union not prepared for it. This time they are. We'll see who's able to get the jump and get, if there is any action, or if both teams kind of see each other and decide to handshake and walk away. But hopefully technical issues won't take it too long. We'll be back to game action very, very shortly. There's the fighting as the huge E coming out from Absence of Mind. Everyone taking very low. Speedy Killer Ninja going to be the first to drop. Looking now for Leah on the Yumi. Has no way to get out of here. Still alive. Drops the E, but it'll just be the 1 kill for the side of Clark Red. Missed a bit of the first action, but what we know is that Shakespeare is going to grab the first blood. Some summoners blown on both sides, but nice work there from Clark Red. Gets some easy gold into the pocket of Shakespeare. Is going to take a reset and be up a longsword, but we'll probably miss some XP for it. We are going to see Pizza the Cat start on his top side once again, and the same start for Speedy Killer Ninja as well.
Same jungle starts despite the level 1 invade there by Clark Red. In fact, we actually saw the same exact level 1 invade there by Clark Red, but game 2 they actually found someone. Game 1 they only went for a couple deep wards, and they still got the same exact deep ward here for Speedy Kill Ninja. They will see him doing the wolves and the blue and be able to perfectly time him, as the ward will not even have expired quite yet. Pizza, same exact invade. He's in real low HP, but we saw this game 1.
And he takes the blue buff once again, but this time Speedy Killer Ninja has no flash. EQ's going to land, tries to sustain with the W, but is going to go back. It's like I've seen this already once before. Speedy Killer Ninja this time not able to flash on away, gets his blue and his Gromp stolen. Level 2 Jarvan so much stronger than level 2 Fiddlesticks. And Piece of the Cat once again has got himself an early lead and an already 1.1k gold lead for Clark Red.
Yeah, that is just devastating for a full clear jungler like a Fiddlesticks. You get your first initial buff that you got leashed on, plus another important camp, that either being Krugs or Grub, right? Them being very similar in terms of XP. You get one of those stolen. It makes it so much harder to hit level 6 at the 6-minute mark that you do like to so do on these power farming junglers. It's so much harder now for Speedy Kill Ninja. He's gonna have a probably 10-minute clear now on 2 camps. Yeah, I was almost right. 308 clear on just his second camp. He's not going to be on the map probably until 7 or 8 minutes.
That'll be a while. Shakespeare going to look for a player Convicted, drops the exhaust, but the exhaust going to keep him alive for now. Not much of a play to be made after that. But you do trade sums. You don't even need the interaction with Pizza the Cat. I think that's good. If you're the side of Clark Red, you've already got some gold in your pocket of the Tristana. One thing that was a bit of a concern, not as much so far in game 1, now to game 2, was the CS difference between Convicted and Shakespeare. But it's evening out so far, as we got a wave pushing into Clark Red and Shakespeare. But besides that, not a ton of action coming out besides all the fanciness at level 1 and level 2 from the junglers.
Yes, very, very chill lanes outside of that. Even despite Shakespeare getting a first blood kill on a kind of win lane champion like Tristana, right? That could have resulted in much more of a disastrous laning phase for Convicted and Leah, but luckily, because it's a Yumi, you can play this lane really as defensively as you want. You almost sometimes see a cold start from a Misfortune when you have a Yumi paired with it, just because you know that nothing is going to really happen really in this lane. And again, these look like fights in the top lane. You cannot convince me that anyone is actually going to die in this top lane.
Yeah, no Ignite, no real play to be made there at early levels. Both top laners yet to base. Looks like iHeartGrew might try to do it here as the Suicidal Cannon will run underneath the tower. Pick that one up. We'll see Absence of Mind push this one in as well. CS pretty much even in all lanes. Slight lead for Zoom. Everyone with their summoner spells about to come back up from that level 1 Speedy Kill and Ninja's Flash up shortly. The sustain coming out from Absence of Mind just naturally in Set's kit. Going to give him some more HP. Leads a little bit over iHeartGrew, but not by much. But we're still waiting for some more action. We see Jarvan walking into the top side. Shakespeare going to jump on in on Convicted. The E-Slow going to stop him from taking too much damage. And of course, the Yuumi sustain will help him out quite a bit as well.
Unfortunately, not a whole lot of setup available for Shakespeare from Macrodoodle. Just the Lulu not having any hard CC in her kit makes it very hard for Shakespeare to actually get any sort of damage or CC off.
Absence of Mind gonna get knocked up by one. iHeartGrew taking very low. One more auto Speedy Kill is gonna get it done. Pizza the Cat gonna try to trade one back on Absence of Mind. Knows he doesn't have W. Flashes away. Goes Pizza the Cat. Speedy Kill Ninja is down a full level. Lands the silence. Doesn't have vision yet to drop the W. EQ out will get him away safely, but they do get a flash and a kill
and
as
TP.
iHeartGrew will take TP back to the top lane to not miss too much XP.
And now it's Speedy Kill Ninja with the one with the counter invades, and the counter engages even. So well played by him, knowing that he's actually brought it back in terms of experience, sitting level 5, matching with Pizza the Cat. Absolutely huge for how devastating of level 2 he had.
Shakespeare gonna jump in, exhaust on Convicted. Has another jump reset, still looking. Shakespeare very low. They trade 1 for 1. Convicted gonna pick the kill first onto Shakespeare, and both 80 carries will trade back. We'll now get a fight between the two supports. Supportal combat will not result in anything. Leah was winning it there early on, but not much else. Good play by Shakespeare, drops the exhaust. Like we said, you know that Tristana can all in like that at early levels with the bomb. Had a bit of a lead in items as well with that First Blood longsword start. Or picked up a longsword extra, excuse me. But we'll see both 80 carries pretty much even. We're going to see Shakespeare opt for the Berserker Greaves early on and just pure damage coming out from Convicted with the pickaxe. And all the components for a Noon Quiver, not quite able to pick it up yet.
I was so convinced Leo was going to win that 1v1, and then I remembered, wait, nah, Yuumi, even if it looks like Yuumi has 50% of her mana still, every single ability from Yuumi in the early game takes about 30% of her mana. Like, even Q is probably about 20% of her entire mana bar. It's rough as an early game Yuumi, just in terms of resource management. So even if she had 50% of her mana, probably get one Q off, then having to run away, despite Macrodoodle also only having probably about 10% of her mana there. But First Dragon now in a mountain once again, started up by Clark Red. They always have the bot pro. Tristana, even if you're not going to get any early game kills outside of the invade and the 1-for-1, you still will have prio just because of how the passive always pushes the wave. So First Dragon once again going in the favor of Clark Red.
Yeah, I like this decision. You pick up the first Drake. What's important is when we inevitably have those fights for second or third, coming up with Infernal Drake in just less than 5 minutes, that they're able to secure those fights in good team fights and secure those Drakes to keep on stacking. We didn't see a soul come out from either side last game because after the first 2 were picked up for Clark Red, Mount Union just started snowballing, winning all those team fights. That's exactly what you want to avoid if you're the side of Clark Red in this one. Both mid laners pretty much even in farm, as all the solo laners hit level 6. Junglers hit it as well. This is a much more important spike for Speedy than it is Pizza the Cat, as they're going to look to make a play. Here comes the Crowstorm on iHeartGrew. Has the orange, but it's going to get eat away by Absence of Mind flashes forward, gets the job done. The Cannon Barrage not going to get enough of a slow, as they will pick up another kill there. Flash for flash, and Mount Union going to make a play. Zoom dodges away, looking for the 1v1 here against Philly. Trying to kite back as much as he can. Doesn't have anyone behind him, but he's going to keep on chasing. Pizza the Cat with the Cataclysm down onto Convicted. Exhaust going to go down as well. Convicted still alive. Little less than half HP. There goes the bullet time, and Pizza the Cat gets it done. No flash for the Jarvan. Has no access to the EQ. The ER combo is too strong. Spikes level 6 and grabs himself a kill.
So well played there by Convicted, able to wait out the Cataclysm from Pizza the Cat, and most importantly, Leah there as well playing it so well. where she was actually hovering off of Convicted up until Cataclysm came out. By some miracle, I actually didn't know this about Yumi. I thought Cataclysm canceled the W reattach cooldown, but apparently it doesn't. So Leah actually reattaching at the same moment that Pizza using the Cataclysm meant that Convicted was basically able to run out, bring both of them to safety, and then obviously, like you saw, just channel the bullet time. Get one free kill back on the Pizza. Pizza now sitting 1-1-1 at the same exact game time last game that he was probably about 4-0.
Yeah, definitely not as strong of a start for Pizza as you had last game. Last game, a bit of an anomaly. 6 kills very early on for the Jarvan. Still around the same spot, does have a pretty early Iron Spike whip, but this time Speedy Killa Ninja not as far behind, opting for the early Sork boots once again. Movement speed very strong on Fiddlesticks, and I think we're just going to look and see him wait up that Crow Storm ultimate cooldown and try to make a play anytime it is up. But just some more farming here in the top lane. iHeart grew with a small XP lead as Absence of Mind finishes that one off. All 4 solo laners, at that level 8 mark.
Oh my gosh.
Pretty much everyone, just about dead, even in XP to their lane counterpart. Wave pushing in to Absence of Mind. This next Drake coming up in 2 minutes. Is Pizza the Cat going to do some counter jungling on to the Fiddlesticks? This next Drake, go ahead.
The most impressive part of that XP graph right there was Speedy Kill Ninja being 1,000 XP up. That's roughly a level for now. Will be about level and a half later on into the game when he grows that even more. Up on Pizza the Cat. That's a matchup that Fiddlesticks, we saw it early game, really doesn't get to play at all in the early game, and then later on is when he starts getting to play the matchup a little bit more. And especially losing your first buff and your first Gromp, still managing to have 1,000 XP lead on your counterpart jungler. Imagine if he didn't lose his first buff and Gromp, essentially. He'd probably be up double that, but still so impressive in early game. Once again from Speedy Kill Ninja, not quite able to transfer that into any objectives, but despite that, 200 gold lead, very small for Mount Union, not quite the 1,500 deficit that they had last game.
Yeah, nice job to not have such a drastic early game. It will be the early objectives going to the side of Clark Red first, as they'll grab first Herald. Another important thing to note, we have pretty much the exact same situation in the bot lane, with Convicted spiking that Kraken Slayer much earlier than Shakespeare. Obviously doesn't have to drop the 1,100 gold for those early boots that the Tristana decided to do. But we'll see if they're able to turn this into Drake coming up here in 45 seconds, as Speedy Killer Ninja is going to take a reset there behind the mid-tier 1. Dragon's so important, like we talked about in Game 1 after those changes a few patches ago. Pizza the Cat has finished his Mythic as well, picking up the Gourd Drinker. But still, no Kraken Slayer for Shakespeare. That's not what you want, especially if you think there's going to be a fight here with this Drake spawning in 20 seconds.
20 seconds left for Dragon number 2 here for Clark Red, or Mount Union. Would able to tie it up, I think. This is a little bit more in the favor of Mount Union, just because they have the first bit they completed in the bot lane for Convicted, and as well Leah having a little bit more of an advantage on Macrodoodle, because obviously same exact thing as their AD carry, Leah does not have to buy boots. So without spending that extra 900 gold in terms of support, we'll get to finish that Mythic at least a little bit sooner. First Rift Tail drop there in the mid lane, giving some extra plates, extra pressure in the mid as they rotate down for their first, or second even, Dragon for Clark Red.
I like this decision coming out from Clark Red. Last game, obviously, you had some benefits from the early level 1 that resulted in blowing Billy's Flash and Ghost. Easily able to punish that at early levels. Didn't have that this time, so instead, you give Zoom the gold and XP, or just the gold lead, excuse me. Not only in the natural CS, but you give him some plates early on as well. The second Drake will be contested. Speedy Killer Ninja has access to the Crow Storm. All ults available for everyone. Pizza the Cat going to take a dangerous Blast Cone over and just walk on away. Billy looking for a flank, as both mid laners will fight each other off. It looks like Clark Red might just surrender this one. I don't think Pizza the Cat knows he's on a ward, as they will walk on back. Zoom taken just below half HP.
Oh no.
Speedy Killer Ninja just going to go for the dive. There goes the E, and Convicted going to pick that one up easily. Nice decisive play from Speedy Killer Ninja. Those are the creative angles we're talking about. Doesn't wait for the wave, just goes on behind that wall and picks up an easy kill. Should make this Drake just about theirs, but keep in mind, Clark Red does know there is no ultimate available for this Fiddlesticks. We'll see if they try to contest, as Pizza the Cat looking for an angle, just going to get walked on out by Convicted. He's taken pretty low. There goes the exhaust. Pizza the Cat does have flash. Flash away. Configure flashes forward, And there's the kill.
Wow.
Essentially 1v1. Obviously, one of them has a cat on their head. Invicti picks up his 4th kill of the game, and this misfortune is getting just as strong as he won last game. Flash forward. There goes the ult back. iHeartGrew gonna flash on away. W not gonna apply the damage. Excuse me, doesn't use the flash from iHeartGrew. Just uses the orange to cleanse away the showstopper and walks on out just fine.
Yeah, a little not as well-known interaction. If you actually flash or QSS or orange or any other way to cancel a set ult when you're the person being ulted, it actually doesn't do the full damage to you. So that is how iHeartGrew is at least able to walk out of that one. I just want to point out, though, Convicted, knowing his damage so well, especially with Leah on his head, right? Actually flashing forward with the Ignite, with the Exhaust, with everything dropped on the Piece of the Cat, just knowing that he could kill him, right? Like, Piece of the Cat steps out of position for literally half a second, and he is just dead once again. 128 CS now for Convicted as well. That's what, like 8 CS a minute? Quite impressive for just, you know, being an AD carry.
Yeah, pretty good, not only just naturally being an AD carry, but also being involved in so much fighting. 4 out of the 6 kills of Mount Union belong to Convicted. So to keep that farm number up, be up just a little over 10 if he's able to catch this wave from the tower. The cannon will help it out just a little bit. iHeartGrew, pretty impressive with
I was right, let's go!
120.
Quick maths.
Yeah, good work from all solo laners in this one. The mid matchup going in favor of Zoom once more. Billy, it'll look for a play on iHeartGrew. He does have flash, will flash on over the wall. Uses the cannon barrage as well, and gets on out just fine. Tower will drop in the favor of Clark Red. Pizza the Cat gonna try to make a play. There goes the Cataclysm. There goes the final chapter as well. Exhaust gonna go down onto Convicted. Shakespeare very low. Will drop first. Convicted still alive. Down goes the Ignite. Here goes the Crow Storm. Still looking. Down in the bot side. 2 drop. It's a double kill over for Convicted. As we see some fighting in the top side. iHeartGrew still alive. Absence of Mind gonna pick it up. Pizza Cat. Flash, or excuse me. Speedy Killer Ninja gonna flash on forward. Pick that one up. Zoom drops the Chaos Storm. Speedy Killer Ninja still alive, and we'll make it out just fine. The top play goes 1 for 1. Zoom flashing forward. QE gets the job done. Shutdown goes over to Zoom. Is he able to get one back onto Leah? Does he have enough damage? Stun gonna go through. Q will land.
So much
still
healing.
alive, waiting on cooldowns, but the Q auto gonna get it done. Double kill for Zoom. Lots of fights in lots of lanes here at the 16-minute mark. The top fight goes 1 for 1. The bot fight goes, I want to say, 3 for 3. As some more gold goes into the pocket of Zoom and Convicted.
Something around there. I'm gonna just agree with you blindly. Yes, absolutely. I was not exactly counting the kills, but what I can count is the gold at the top of the screen. Now 1,000 in favor of Mount Union, despite it being even down there on the bot side. The top side dive denying a pretty big wave from iHeartGrew, denying a lot of experience, and now forced to farm underneath his tower. Will give him a little bit of safety, but takes him out of the game when he is on kind of a bit of a power spike, almost a 2-item GP here. That's not where you want to be when you have a 2-item GP. It's now forced underneath your inner turret. Convicted as well, just pushing a little bit too far forward here. He keeps playing like he has an outer turret, no longer having an outer turret. You can't play out this far, my friend. You will just unfortunately get picked off. 2 shutdowns in a row going into Zoom, both of them from Convicted. That is a pretty massive gold swing, not necessarily in their team's favor, but in the specific lane matchup here for Zoom, he's going to have a whole lot more gold now than Billy.
Yeah, lots of gold after picking up essentially a triple kill there in the bot side from that play. Good work by him, good rotation. I think it's just a lack of communication or miscommunication on the side of Convicted and Mount Union. Maybe he thinks he has people coming behind him, just playing a little bit too aggressive. Will drop there in that one. Won't interact with the dragon spawning here in 50 seconds. Both sides with 1 Drake. I'm sure the priority will be there. Both mid-tier 1s still up for both sides as this Drake is spawning in 40 seconds.
40 seconds for Dragon number 2 for either of these teams here. Once again, I'm going to predict that it goes in the favor of Mount Union just because Convicted still is managing to have the item lead in the bot lane. Leah as well. A little bit of a slight item advantage between the supports for Leah. It's so hard for Clark Red to try and re-engage a team fight. They have to get a pick onto Convicted, being really the only member. And if you get that pick onto Convicted, you can probably win the team fight after that. But even if you pick Speedy Kill Ninja at this point, he has so many escape tools. He has a Yumi, he has a stopwatch. He will get his flash up here after the team fight. But with his ultimate available as well, you just can't pick him off. It's much easier to pick off Convicted, and with that think they're actually giving this dragon.
Yeah, picking off Convicted, normally pretty easy, but keep in mind his flash did just come off of cooldown. Pizza the Cat kind of EQ on away, as it will be a 5 versus 4 here early on. iHeart, we're going to walk on down. Nice stun onto Pizza the Cat, takes him to about 1 or 3/4 HP, I'd say. We'll see if they decide to start up this Drake. It will be Speedy Killer Ninja just soloing it on out, as Mount Union to try and defend their mid-tier 1. I think Clark Red making a smart decision here. They know they can't realistically contest the Drake. Instead, try to apply some map pressure and knock down the tower in the mid lane. As you see, Pizza the Cat walking on out, as Speedy Killer Ninja going to grab up that first Drake. Mid tower will not fall. Nice work. Huge damage onto Shakespeare. That Q applying so much work. Does not drop the bullet time, as now it'll be Mount Union and knock down this mid-tier 1.
Yeah, it looked like Clark Red, they knew that they didn't want to contest that dragon, so they tried to do too many things at once. They threw through top lane, they threw Zoom bot lane, and then they sent the other 3 members to try and take that air turn in the mid lane as well. Hold that. So it looks almost like a team fight. Flash from Convicted.
Piece of the Cat not going to get anything done so far. Cataclysm lands onto 2, taken pretty low. Flashes on out. Going to see a flash forward going out from Absence of Mind. Showstopper onto 4,
no.
But he gets polymorphed and will drop to Pizza the Cat. Not able to press E or W for the chain CC to keep himself alive. Polymorph doing far too much work. Could have been a big turn, but instead it'll be some gold in the pocket of Clark Red, as they now have the gold lead. Just 600, but still some in the pocket of their side.
Little bit back, a little bit of gold back in the favor of Clark Red. Like you said, just the perfect polymorph from Mackerdoodle. You press that button correctly, you can win a team fight with it, and able to cancel out at least one engaged tool of Absence of Mind, just dying a little bit too quick, and Speedy Kill Ninja not being in the perfect position for a Crow Storm does mean they only get 1 pick. No extra follow-up or anything like that from Mount Union. You do see every other member of the team, except for Speedy Kill Ninja, still having their ultimate available even. So it's not everything as absolutely burnt in flames. Next objective here most likely will be the Baron. We did have the first Baron taken last game at 23 minutes. I could see the same thing happening here again.
Yeah, most definitely. I think both these sides are going to start prioritizing that part of the Rift and just getting as much vision down as possible. It is a little more difficult for the side of Mount Union now having a Yuumi. A little more difficult for them to go up and grab vision in the enemy jungle. I heard we're going to try to make a play, maybe just some quick trading onto Absence of Mind. Not too much damage going down. I do like what I see with the full damage Gangplank build. Rush the Essence River, so you've got the Sheen now opting for the Prowler's Claw. If he's able to land a nice barrel combo on the back line, it can change the team fight landscape drastically. Everyone just kind of pushing out waves right now. We see iHeart Group catching a wave up in the top side. Zoom just hanging out there in the bot lane, catching waves underneath the bot tier 1.
You do see as well in this game, too, that Zoom not being at least one of the main damage dealers of the team. There's a couple of other main damage dealers as well added to their roster. Zoom is actually allowed to build a little bit more utility. I consider Shadow Flame a little bit more of a utility item, not as much as a straight damage item. Obviously not nearly as much straight damage as the Death Cap was that he was forced to build in Game 1 here. A little bit of a death push set up here from Mount Union. I was about to make the point that I don't think anyone was going to fall for the death push, and then unfortunately Shakespeare was a little too hungry for chickens. Will give his life in a 30-second death timer up for those chickens, and almost exactly at the same exact time as the game won. 23 minutes, Baron is knocking on the door.
Yeah, this will be a Baron start, I think, for Mount Union. Pizza the Cat going to get zoned away by the bullet time first off. Does have access to the EQ, as Cannon Barrage going to go down on the Baron. They're going to keep hitting it. They're going to keep it aggroed. Just at about 7k HP now. Speedy Killer Ninja taken fairly low. Much less than half HP. The Yuumi still on the head of Billy, as both sides will just walk on away. But a big, important ultimate used from the side of Clark Red. Using the Cannon Barrage from the Gangplank to get them off of the Baron does stop them from grabbing the buff and forcing the fight. And we'll pick up a mid-tier 1 for them as well. So even though Shakespeare gets picked off by the combo from Billy, they don't really lose all that much. Really, they just gain some more map pressure, knocking down the mid-tier 1.
I think it was, I want to say miscommunication between Speedy and Convicted there, where it looked like Speedy was about to use the Crow Storms, then Convicted channeled his ultimate at the same time. and then I don't know if Speedy just canceled the ult or if it was just a miscommunication. Like, I don't know exactly what happened there, but it absolutely looked like Convicted was like, all right, we're going to ult together. We're going to get a pick on the Pizza the Cat, that being the jungler. Then we can finish the Baron. And then, unfortunately, just no Crowstorm came out. So it was kind of just a little bit of a waste there from Convicted, but fairly short of an ult cooldown. So 30 seconds left on this Ocean Soul point for Mount Union. I think that ult should be back up, if not slightly after the initial engage, just as long as no one gets picked up literally right now. Zoom recalling very late. Not having that TP available on the Victor either will be very late to this team fight.
They're going to make a play here. Billy might be in too deep, but the Crowstorm is going to apply a ton of damage very early on. Billy picks up Macrodoodle as Convicted grabs Shakespeare. 2 quick picks. Exactly what you talked about, and Mount Union takes advantage. 2 picks makes defending this Ocean Soul point from the side of Clark Red almost impossible to do with both your bot laners dead.
Yeah, I mean, it was such a good wall placement there by Billy. It made sure that the 3 members weren't able to run away. Clark Red, the only member from Clark Red having any sort of dash, obviously, there being Pizza, and he was able to get away just barely from Macrodoodle's ult. But other than that, the bot lane dying, getting yet another dragon in their favor. And now looking at once again towards the Baron. Set up the Baron by pushing the mid wave, and then you can hopefully transition into the Baron here once again. We didn't have the same 23-minute Baron that we had in game 1. I got so excited. I was like, oh my goodness, we get an early Baron again, but unfortunately not quite. I heard Gru.
This could be dangerous. Pizza the Cat has a big flank. Immediately gets a flash out from Convicted. Exhaust for exhaust there in the back line as Convicted will drop to Shakespeare, but so will Shakespeare as well. iHeart Gru going to take down one right away. Absence of Mind, we're the only ones left alive. Leah's going to hop on his head, and it will drop. So a nice long flank from Pizza the Cat gets a ton done. They grab some flashes. You see the value of the Prowler's Claw from iHeart Gru as well. 5-4-1. And now this will be a Baron for the side of Clark Red.
Yeah, I mean, it was just perfect positioning there from Pizza the Cat. Luckily, he chose to walk the top jungle, not the bot jungle, because the bot jungle is where all of Mount Union's vision is. So because he walked on the top side, 0 vision up there, he gets the full flank from the J4 engage. That is exactly what they wanted, exactly what they needed, even able to save the Baron for a couple of seconds for Shakespeare to respawn, so he gets the Baron as well. So well played there by Pizza the Cat and really Clark Red in general.
Yeah, very good play. They're now up not quite 3k gold, just about 2.5 here at the 26 nearing 27-minute mark. Lots of important items finished off. Both 80 carries still waiting on that Infinity Edge. They've both got all 3 components. It's just a matter of who gets that on map first. That'll drastically change the tide of things. But now this Gangplank is very, very strong. You see he's working on that Collector, very close to finishing that one with all 3 completed items. He honestly might have it on this next wave. No more stopwatch for Pizza the Cat, but you can see with the Seeker's Arm Guard in his inventory. Going back to the Jarvan build we saw in Pro Play a few months ago, opting for the Zhonya's third, as the Collector will be picked up for iHeart Gru. Convicted still topping the charts when it comes to gold. Zoom right behind with Billy coming in a close third. Basically tied with Shakespeare. Gold lead's not huge anywhere with the exception of iHeart Gru and Absence of Mind.
Yeah, pretty even around everyone except for, like you said, the Absence of Mind and supports. I think even Speedy Kill Ninja only being 400 gold down is not that bad, again, considering how awful the level 1, level 2 did go for him with, like, 3 invades from Pizza the Cat. Like, yes, that was now 25 minutes ago in the game, but 25 minutes ago, that put, I'm going to keep saying it, that put Fiddlesticks so far behind, a lot further than you may potentially expect. Now, with the Baron in the pockets for Clark Red, they do now have a 2,000 gold lead in their favor here as well. The Baron will have expired by the time Ocean Soul spawns for Mount Union, so it's all a matter of how much can they get in the next 1 or 1.5 minutes, really, is how long they'll have the Baron for.
Yeah, both these 80 carries finishing their Infinity Edge at practically the exact same time. But it will be a stopwatch in the inventory of Convicted. That'll drastically change fights. We saw the problem last time, even through the double exhaust, 1 onto each 80 carry. They both kind of blow each other up right away, take each other out of the fight. But if you're Convicted, you're not only fighting Tristana jumping on your head, but he also had to fight through the Cannon Barrage from iHeart Gru. Makes things way harder. And now that he's 3 items so much stronger, Pizza the Cat looking on to Leah, but the knockup will not land.
Wow.
Very, very close there as they look to encroach in the topside jungle. The wall going to come out from Billy. He's not going to ride it over to the Raptors, just trying to zone them off of the midway.
Very scary play there by Leah. I thought for sure she was dead. I saw Pizza Cat go to the wall, and I'm like, oh, that's a dead Yuumi. And again, somehow, by some miracle, it doesn't cancel the W cooldown. And I'm like, wow, okay, I guess Leah just makes that perfectly fine. But yeah, because of that, and because they burned a couple of small cooldowns there, no team fight to be had by Clark Red. We will have to wait another 45 seconds before the Ocean Soul does spawn for Mount Union, and then you have to start worrying about anti-heal. You only have one anti-heal right now in the inventories of Clark Red, and that is an Oblivion Orb on Lulu. That is completely useless until the full chem take is actually finished. The Oblivion Orb will quite literally do nothing in a team fight. So as of right now, I would say they have 0. You're gonna have to wait a little bit before they can actually do any anti-heal. So if they are able to get the Mountain Soul for Mount Union in this fight, that healing is going to be full on. You cannot deal with it.
Yeah, good work by Speedy Killer Ninja and the entirety of Mount Union, grabbing some early vision. We'll get most of it cleared out for the side of Clark Red. I think if you're Mount Union, what you haven't had this game that we saw a lot of last game, haven't had as many creative angles coming out from Speedy Killer Ninja for the Crow Storm. Pizza the Cat going to engage first, looking on to Billy. Will get his flash right away. Bullet time lands onto a couple, and the Crow Storm going to take Pizza the Cat very low, but he still has a stopwatch. Stopwatch going to come out now from Speedy Killer Ninja, but it'll be a shutdown right away. Big final chapter forces the ult out of the Lulu. I heard him flashing forward, picks up one, as another one will go down. Polymorph down on the Absence of Mind as well. Taken very low, flashes forward, looking for Zoom. Finally drops the Showstopper. Zoom flashes away. Stridebreaker down, but will take him out of this one. And Leah tries to win it, but won't get it done. It's a triple kill for Zoom. The fight looked back and forth early on, but the double Zonias out of both junglers by a ton of time. The Mount Union not able to win this one. It's some good play from iHeartGrew on the backside. Keeps him alive, and they will stop the Ocean Soul and pick up the second one now for Clark Red.
2-3 now on the Dragons for Clark Red. Like you said, a triple kill coming out for Zoom. Now 24 stacked on the Magi's. This is now a big damage victor. Finishing off that third item for Death Cap now as well. So include that with the Magi's. This is essentially a 4-item victor to Billy's 3.5 items. And remember, Zhonya's was recently just made significantly more expensive. I think it was a 400 gold increase to the completed Zhonya's, which is absolutely insane to make mages buy now. So it's rough out here for Convicted, buying that 750 gold stopwatch, using it, and then still dying. Billy as well, buying the stopwatch after the fight. Didn't even get to use it in the fight. Now, we have to wait another 5 minutes before we get another Ocean Soul fight. But what we probably don't have to wait 5 minutes for is another Baron fight. That one, it'll spawn in 20 seconds. Will they immediately start in 20 seconds? Not as likely.
Yeah, definitely not as likely. We're going to see Clark Red looking first to try and grab some vision. We see a ward dropped in the pit as well as a blue trinket there in the river. Baron will spawn. Leah going to clear out some vision in the pit, but iHeartGrew has so much wave clear, but he might get jumped on right away, taken very low. The Showstopper, as well as Convicted, going to get the job done, and that is a huge pick for the side of Mount Union. The game plan was such a problem in these last team fights, and now he's taken out of it, and he's dead for 45 more seconds. Really going to take away the blast gun from Pizza the Cat. Pizza the Cat does have flash, not going to get knocked away. Absence of Mind still looking for an angle. They're not going to start up the Baron quite yet, as their jungler's not here. Speedy Killer Ninja just now walking through the mid wave. We'll try and push this one out first, and I would have liked to see maybe a Baron start, but I think they took a little too long. iHeartGrew does have TP in 20 seconds when he comes up. Let's see what Mount Union tries to do here. There goes the wall. They're going to look first on a Pizza the Cat. The bullet time and apply some decent damage. Not going to get knocked back. Forced to flash away, about half HP. W slow on Absence of Mind will stop any remaining play. So now, you know you have no flash on Pizza the Cat. You know he has to base. We'll see if they decide to start up the Baron. iHeartGrew spawning right about now with access to the teleport. No vision in the pit for Clark Red. TP into the mid lane is iHeartGrew. They're going to walk as 5. No reset coming out from Pizza the Cat. He's not quite less than half HP, but they're going to pick this one up. Big knock up. Pizza the Cat and Speedy Killer Ninja both go into Zhonya's, and a nice barrel takes Convicted to 1 HP. He is still alive, and so is Absence of Mind. Drops the W, does a ton of damage to Macadoodle, but not able to get it done. It'll be a double kill over to the Gangplank as Zoom goes legendary. So you grab the Baron, but at what cost? Only 2 remaining members on the side of Mount Union as Convicted and Billy walk out of there unscathed. And now Shakespeare and the rest of Clark Red going to push with this mid-wave and get as much done as they can. iHeartGrew tanking the tower to try and keep this wave alive for as long as possible. Knockup lands onto Shakespeare, takes him decently low, but not able to apply too much damage.
Wow, I mean, Convicted, such good positioning in that team fight. And then, like you said, literally one barrel, taking him from 100% HP to probably around 15% HP. It's just so unfun to play against. And if you don't have Leah on top of your head for that initial barrel engage, you do basically just get one shot by a Billy walking a little too close there. I think any further, like, forward button press there probably would have killed Billy. Oh, no. Oh.
I'm out on the EQ, flashes away.
Okay, we're good. Never mind.
Still alive. Forced to burn the flash, though.
Still burning that flash there. The most important member now for Mount Union Varsity to try and take down is absolutely Zoom. 25 stack Magi's finally completing it here for himself now. And yeah, you kill him. You can probably just win the team fight immediately after that. He is doing by far and away the most damage here, even despite the, 95% HP barrels that iHeartGrew is doing. I still think Zoom is probably going to end up doing more.
Yeah, I totally agree. Zoom incredibly strong, now picking up the Blighting Jewel, going to cut through the Force of Nature that's in Absence of Mind's inventory. I think an important thing that I want to see from Mount Union, if they want to take this one in a sweep and win Game 2, they need their engages to be more synchronized. We're seeing them go in almost one at a time, with Speedy Kill and Ninja going in much earlier than Absence of Mind, or the other way around. And because Lulu Polymorph is so strong, that immediately stops the engage of someone like Absence of Mind. He's no longer doing damage, gets blown up right away. iHeartGrew has finished the Infinity Edge. 4 items with another Crit Cloak in the inventory of the Gangplank. Like you mentioned, Death Cap, 25 stack Medjais on the Victor. And you have no Flash on Convicted. This fight's going to be pretty tough unless they're able to get a beautiful engage. The wall going to stop a little bit, but Pizza the Cat has gotten behind. Drops the flag into the pit. There goes the Cannon Barrage onto the Drake as well. It's at about 4k HP. Pizza the Cat going to be forced to Zanya's, but the Drake is not finished yet, and Gangplank picks it up. The final chapter, Macrodoodle very low, Shakespeare alive for now. Convicted going to pick up Macrodoodle right away. Pizza the Cat still alive. Double kill over to Convicted. Absence of Mind takes everyone to 1 HP in the back line. Instantly gets iHeartGrew with the shutdown. The only one left alive is Shakespeare. He's going to jump on away. Let's see if they're able to pick this one up. Billy trying to chase down this Tristana. Drops the E and not able to jump and is going to get it done. That's the engage we talked about. Lulu taken out of the fight. Absence of Mind takes his opportunity, instantly goes in. Massive W following the showstopper. Takes down iHeartGrew, and Mount Union finally, fairly cleanly, 4-for-1, win a team fight.
Finally a team fight there for Mount Union. The only thing not going in their way is obviously getting the soul. Now the dragons are actually tied up, but dragon is the soul. If we even get that far, though, a clean ace for Mount Union. Now taking a couple of stacks out of Zoom's checkbook. I don't know, Magi's book, whatever you want to call it. They'll take some, at least, out of it. 700 gold shutdown. I didn't quite catch who that went onto. If it's Convicted or Billy, that could just, in its own hand, be game ending. But again, not entirely sure who got that one. I think by far, though, the biggest player in that team fight was absolutely Absence, holding 3 members of Clark Red away from the rest of Mount Union. He even got 2 of them down. Like, even if he died without taking any down with him, it would have still ended up being a advantaged team fight for Mount Union. So the fact that he took 2 down with him was just so much more than he even had to do.
It's pretty incredible what the 4-item set is able to do when he doesn't get turned into an animal by the Lulu. Finally gets so much of his damage off, is able to press W in the team fight. I'm sure he's got max points and it's now at level 17. So much true damage coming out, and that's what took iHeartGrew out of this one. Grabbed the shutdown for himself. Baron spawning in 120. The gold lead has swapped back. Mount Union gonna grab this one. A Guardian Angel as well as the Cerullia's Grudge. Finished for Convicted. The LDR in the inventory of Shakespeare. Everyone very strong. Lots of Zanyas, lots of stopwatches on the map. This next fight is very, very crucial. We're getting to that point, near the 40-minute mark. Those death timers are really, really long.
Oh, no. It's all a waiting game now. It's all of who's going to make the next mistake. is usually what happens in these 40-minute games, right? If anyone with a shutdown on their head right now gets picked off, that is probably just game at this point, especially with, Baron spawning up in 30 seconds. We've had a lot of Barons taken this series. Not a whole lot have actually turned out to be useful Barons, though. 2 flashes literally burned in the blink of an eye right there. Nothing else actually really forced out there by Mount Union. Just the sheer presence of a couple of their members gets 2 flashes from Clark Red. That could be huge in the next team fight for Baron.
Just the presence in a Hextech rocket belt gets the flash of Pizza the Cat as well as Macrodoodle.
Oh no, the flank.
Pizza the Cat looking for an angle. Lots of them stacking. Cataclysm goes on a 2. EQ will land as well. The Fear going to go down. Triple stopwatch down, but absence of mind. He's in the back line. I heard Gru's going to pick up speed kill and no jump, but the bullet time does so much damage. Double kill. There goes the showstopper. Absence of mind still alive, but will finally drop. Shutdown goes over to I Heart Gru. The barrels are doing work. Convicted gets stunned up. He's now in the Guardian Angel to triple kill for both AD Carry and I Heart Gru. Flashes away. Leah's still alive. Not able to get back on the head of Convicted quite yet. Looking first on a Macrodoodle. Gets polymorphed. Zoom still alive. It's a quadra kill now, but he goes godlike. Not able to pick up Zoom quite yet with the ghost still active. Convicted will have the wave cleared on away. So much damage. He's looking. Won't get stunned up. It's the stain coming out from Leah on the Yuumi. Huge wave coming in. He's just going to hit these Nexus towers. Drops the E looking first on Zoom. Shut down from the crit from the Q. And look at how much damage Convicted's doing. He's solo ending the game. Drops the blue trinket in. Leah's going to stay on his head. And that is all she wrote. You said it all it took was one mistake. And that one mistake was a fight not going in favor of Clark Red as Mount Union picks up game 2 and picks up a series win.
Mount Union 2-0, picking up their first series win and game wins here today against Clark Red. That game 2 was an absolute banger, so back and forth. MVP of the series, I mean, Convicted. I can't say another name, man. Convicted is just but doing it all here. Of course, a huge shout out as well to Jungle Support. I had your names in my head and then it just completely escaped the second I said it. I'm so sorry. Leah and not pizza.
Speedy Killer Ninja.
Speedy, yes. I was like really close runner-ups, yes, but Convicted, absolutely. The misfortune both games. You didn't even get it on B1. Got it on B2 of all picks. You never see this anymore in drafts usually, is getting misfortune on B2, but absolutely. You get it both games. You pick up a pentakill. It is a pentakill.
Unofficial penta. It counts.
It's an unofficial penta. I'm saying it's a penta. It's a pentakill for you. Congratulations there, Convicted. Pentakill could be the first one actually for NECC in this split.
Yeah, there's been I know we had one last week in a series on Wednesday as
never
well,
mind.
but another one. That one was also a misfortune. So clearly, this misfortune pick, it's getting through. Too often, it's clearly very, very strong, and it looks even stronger in the hands of Convicted. But even though it did end in a 2-0, game 1, not the best showing from Clark Red, but game 2, a lot cleaner. They looked pretty good. I will say that the I Heart Gru Gangplank looked very solid. We saw some team fights absolutely turn in the blink of an eye with those barrel combos, but not quite able to get the job done in this one. But overall, very fun series, very fun game 2. And I know we've got some more games coming up after this one.
Yes. Some more games here for you starting very shortly. I think the next series on this channel is actually in 10 minutes.
Yeah. Should be very, very soon. So I would imagine we will head to a break, but thank you so much for hanging around with us for Series 1. Stick around for the next series coming up very, very shortly. Again, thank you guys so much for watching. We'll be back soon.
I am here in the middle of nowhere. There is no there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to lay to drift away. I find my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. change, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. I know I'm, oh, I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Cigarette ash, it looks like snow when it falls in the wind, you know. And you, oh you say you wanna dance. You're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss booze, cigarettes trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off, put the feeling on ice sail. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you are nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. It's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, and before too long I found where I belong. I can hear it, I can hear it, oh, I can't stop the rush. Every note I touch, I can feel it saving me. Tell me, can you hear the symphony?
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, no, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, no, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that real
I need a scarecrow after what you did. 'Cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century.
Hello and welcome everyone. We are here ready to go for our second series of the day. We do understand that we have put you on pause for quite some time, and we do appreciate your understanding here. We have had some technical issues as well as some player issues come up, so we are getting underway with things there. Of course, it is going to be the series between Southern Illinois University at Edwardsville versus Illinois Wesleyan University, and those two teams will be taken to the Rift hopefully shortly. However, there is a little bit of a situation, and we will inform you as we get updates on that. My name is Orbital. With me is Soph-Chen. Very sorry about that one. Soph, how are you doing today?
I'm doing wonderful. Very excited about this. I hope that everything goes smoothly and we can have all these games here for all of us to enjoy. So, speaking of those, let's have a look at these teams. Who are the players, their background? So here we have it. SIUE Black, Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville. We got Naihen on top lane, Cool Headphones on jungle, Schneider on mid, Demon of O'Hara, that's the one, Bot, and I am Ari on support.
Yep, it's going to be a good time, and of course, across on the other side of the rift will be the other squad, Illinois Wesleyan Titans. This team coming out here, of course, unfortunately fell in the early stages in week number 1, but they are here to try and make a little bit of a rebuttal. It'll be Animosity in the top lane, Spiffy in the jungle, or hopefully in the jungle, as we are still awaiting on their role assignment, Nivek in the mid lane, and Nabs at the bot lane ADC APC position, and then Skoon at that support role. It's a roster that is filled with talent, but still hoping to get off the ground, as of course they went 0-2 versus BU's Sword in week number 1, and Soph, another thing to point out here is SIU Black, this squad that's coming in here for week number 2, they had to FF their first match, so technically, this is going to be their first match of the season.
Yes, it'll be Orbital. And it's going to be very interesting how to see how these teams are going to perform because, well, we do have a little bit of knowledge behind the scenes because we had activation that, of course, was not broadcasted to you guys, but this is the official beginning of the regular season, and we'll see how these two teams are going to perform. Of course, we are broadcasting the Champions Division Heartland Conference, and this entails for high diamond players. So, of course, we're going to have amazing gameplay nonetheless.
Ooh. Yeah, and we do have an update. So, due to rules and regulations, as understandable, per the handbook, whatever you want to say, we have gotten word that due to an unfortunate, just a little bit of a question mark here. So we are getting a little bit of word, and we're still waiting for some of the teams to kind of make through. So give it a little bit of time, and we get to talk a little bit more. But I'm always, kind of interested. As you said, this is Champions Division, so just under the brand new Legends. This is going to be very interesting, right? This is around, I want to say around the Diamond level, a little bit higher as well. Some of these are sitting at Diamond 1 and just above, and some just below. And I think that brings with it a level of competition that we are hoping to see that is going to give us, the best of the best, or hopefully what we call the best of the best, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And as we may also see that I think we also saw in previous matches, I think we had challenges going on before this matchup here on the broadcast. And I think we're going to see a lot of targeted bans in the draft tonight because we all know that there are champions that are going to be OP, that are going to be very, very dominant in the meta. But sometimes you just really have to take a look at enemies or PGGs and go like, oh, this person is a destroyer of worlds with this champion, and you cannot allow that to happen.
Yeah, it's one of those things that it's very, very fun to say because, again, at this level, there is a certain level of you have to read the meta, right? And meta will always play a part, right? The Fiddlesticks currently is one of the higher jungle rates. You always like to have that Yumi on your side if you get the right ADCs and then the Misfortune and everything of the sort. there's so much available, but at the same time, there is just that one player that plays that oddball champion that you're just like, I don't want to deal with that at all. This is just a situation that you don't want to deal with. We have gotten word though, and of course, this is what we've kind of been waiting for, and we've been on the tip of our toes, and we didn't want to say it just yet because, of course, we want to give every team a fair chance. However, we do have an update. So, due to a player arriving a little bit late, we do have an FF on map number 1. As keeping with the rules, this will be, I believe, Sayu Black, Southern Illinois University at Edwardsville, that unfortunately lose map number 1. And with that, Illinois Wesleyan Titans will go ahead and move to 1-0 on this series due to a technicality. And again, this is very unfortunate because, again, as we reminded you, Sayu Black, they're a squad that had to FF their entire series in week number 1. And to have to start off your foot on a week number 2 already on a loss, that one feels a little bit bad for the mental there.
Oh, yeah, it really does. I hope that next time they're coming in more confident, knowing that they can make the games in time, because of course we can only hold off for so long, and it's going to be, well, we hope that they're feeling better for when they come back, because of course this, even though it was the last week it was an FF on the series, this is only an FF for the first match, for the first map. It is a best of 3, so there's still 2 possible games to be played. We're going to have to go to a quick break, get those players ready so we can come back and start that game 2.
Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did. Cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head. Oh,
falling up, I'm falling down from the sky and from the ground. Up above, just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down from the sky and from the ground. Up above, just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Fast forward a year or two, friends have changed, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong.
on. I know I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on, holding on, holding on, holding on, holding on. Cigarette ash, it looks like snow when it falls in the wind, you know. And you say you wanna dance. You're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. This booze, this cigarette's trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off, put the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you are nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. This booze, this cigarette's trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off, put the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December.
feelings. It's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, yeah, you take me higher, baby.
Welcome back, everyone. We are back somewhat. We are here physically. Mentally, we are not here. There have been some crazy shenanigans going on right now, and I am letting you know now there will be a very entertaining thing going on here. At least I think so. Maybe not so much for the teams, but that's how the cookie crumbles, as per rules and as per the teams are available. We have some unfortunate mishaps happening here, but overall, I think so this is going to be hopefully a very entertaining match, one way or another. Entertaining for some, maybe not for the others.
I believe so too, Orbital. I believe so. If I don't believe, I hope so. Because, well, we are coming back here from the break, from an extended previous break as well, because we ended up knowing that us, SIUE Black, were going to have to FF their last game because of one of the players being late. So, unfortunately, we couldn't do much holding longer for them to come back and play the game. That was the first game of the best of three. So, it's 1-0 Illinois Wesleyan Titans. And we are going to be going into the second game soon enough. As you said, we might have some interesting, different, special, unique circumstances going on. And I believe that whatever the results, there is no way it's not going to be fun.
It'll be fun for us as players and as casters and just overall craziness. Now, of course, we will at least see the champions that were currently drafted, and we'll see how that one plays out, see what they're looking like, and what happens, because we did see at least some of the picks in map number 1, and we can at least pull that up and kind of walk you through that, and that way you have an idea of what teams were hoping to play, as well as what they ended up playing for game 2. So game number 1, which was drafted beforehand before all the shenanigans went out, Sayu Black had drafted a very strong composition, and I think it lends itself to their kind of play style, right? Sayu Black, they drafted Sejuani, Lulu, Sivir, Fiora, and Victor. They had banned away the Fiddlesticks, the Echo, the Kled, and the Mordekaiser. So a very all-around team fight-based composition, whereas IWU felt a little bit more kind of run and gun, right? They had the Nunu, they had the Varus, they had the Rakan, the Darius, and the Blanc, all strong in their own right, but the team fight is a little bit lacking. And I think just off of that game 1 draft, right, the one that unfortunately we're not going to be seeing, we can at least glimpse a little bit of their direction, right? Sayu Black leaning a lot more towards that team fight style, and IWU leaning a little bit more towards that, all right, we're going to win lane, win game, and if we reach about 25 minutes, we might not be able to sustain.
Yeah, I believe that that comp was going more towards maybe the pickoffs with the LeBlanc, just going in, exploding people, going out, Varus trying to pick them off from a distance, and the somewhat sustainable engage provided by Nunu and Rakan. I Yeah, I agree with you. It didn't look like the most consistent of comps. It looked like what you said, a comp that really has to win early game based on winning the lane. And if we got to a later stage in a game, I think those team fights would feel a little uncoordinated, especially compared to Sejuani with the Victor, the Fiora, the Lulu, and the Sivir just absolutely destroying everybody. Sivir has been so strong, and especially with Lulu. The Ricochet was going to deal massive damage all throughout the team fight. And I don't think that with IU's comp, they would be able to protect their carries as much, being Varus and LeBlanc. So yeah, it's interesting to see that they chose that, but to be fair, it was a little perturbed situation when we had both teams trying to understand what was going to happen, players being late. So we'll see how they're going to choose their champions in this next game, and if they're going to maintain any of those picks, Orbital.
Yeah, so now getting into the draft, as we were talking about before, and keep in mind what we had before was IWU on the blue side and Sayu on the red side. And now here, I believe we do actually have it swapped back. So it's actually going to be Sayu on the blue side and IWU on the red. And that's why we actually see the Nunu banned away here, right? And this is what we were kind of talking about. Even though the draft had already been done, we did move to a map number 2, right? We swapped over to a game number 2, and because of that, the draft shifted up fairly intensely, right? With that Nunu ban, and on that side for IWU or Sayu, they are now going for a little bit more standardization, right? Instead of that Sejuani rolling in there, this is a bit more aggressive, right? The J4, the Aatrox, and the Akshan, and of course this was also not picked in this order, so keep that in mind. But eyes are open here, right? Animosity, Spiffy, and Fable all going for very aggressive duelists once again, still in line with what IWU were trying to do.
Yeah, and that matches up pretty well with what Sayu has as well. So we have the Aatrox, the Jarvan, and the Akshan that can be great fighters against Fiora, Trundle, and Irelia. So this is a very competitive situation in regards to those bruises and duelists that we have there. And finishing up those comps, we have Sayu picking Ziggs and Seraphine in the bot lane. So we have an APC situation. And Varus and Leona, I really like the Varus and Leona situation for bot lane here. Well, what are your thoughts in regards to these two comps right now?
I mean, I love Ziggs, don't get me wrong. I love Ziggs so much. However, I don't favor in the bot lane as much as I would like to. It's a good pick. It's very nice in the AoE department. I've always had interesting qualms with the double AP in the bot side, especially with one like Seraphine. Reason being is usually we actually see Seraphine in that APC role. A little bit more damage out there and a little bit more power, and you pair it with a little bit more supportive support, right? So it's leaning a lot more towards the damage index instead of the utility and damage. So we'll have to wait and see how it goes out. However, Schneider on that auction, one that we haven't seen too much and was actually banned away in game number 1. It's a nice mixture. I think overall they cover their bases to a decent extent, and we'll see if it can lock off against the Varus Leona, which the Varus Leona loves the spot lane situation, right? As long as you don't get poked out, as long as you don't take the bombs or take any of the Seraphine abilities, you're good, right? You can go in as soon as you hit level 2 or 3, and you're most likely going to get a kill one way or another. There aren't that many escapes on these Ziggs in Seraphine. However, again, that big thing was the don't get hit by the poke, right? That's the whole linchpin to the strategy.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, it's a little different, as you said. We see now a Seraphine maybe going more towards the healing, the utility, the CC capabilities that Seraphine can provide, and Ziggs is going to be the more damagey part of the bot lane. I think that we need to have cool headphones come in with the ganks on Jarvan pretty frequently on the bottom lane when maybe Nabs is a little too advanced, when they don't have that much map awareness with the presence of warding in the area, so they can pick off the ADC from Iwu. Because if there are no spaces coming from the absence of the Leona in the bot lane, there is hardly that good of an opportunity to actually get the ADC. Leona is just amazing at protecting anybody, of course, at engaging, but protecting them as well. So I think it would have to be a meticulous strategy coming from SIU to get those ganks in place to be able to snowball bot lane or maybe mid as well against the Irelia. So yeah, it might be maybe too competitive against the Trundle. What do you think? I think these two are just so big in the jungle. Maybe they're just going to be 1v1ing, who knows?
That is a chance. I wouldn't like to see the 1v1 come out of the J4 because in the pure jungle matchup, the Trundle will win, right? The J4 has some good early bursts, but the Trundle has enough sustain to actually beat through. I'd like to see early ganks, right? The J4 is exceptional. I think we saw it last series previously, just on early on the day. The J4 very good at early lockdowns and mid to late game team fights, right? In combination, the J4 is the initiator. You take a look at the rest of the composition, you need that J4 early to engage. You need that J4 to go in, to engage, to lock down any of the opponents, and then you walk forward. However, I do agree. Taking a look on the other side, you can see that the Trundle will be a pain. Will be able to kind of blow through just about anyone, especially if you grab that Aatrox while in World Ender, right? If that Trundle is able to get it, you get a lot of HP, you get a lot of attack damage, so much extra value built into it. So I don't want to see the junglers beef. That sounds just like a terrible idea. What I do want to see is, as you said, cool headphones. I want to see them ganking. I want to see them in that mid lane. Yes, you want to help the Akshan and you want to keep the Irelia down. I would also say look towards that bot lane. I know that's a very difficult one to go for, but your bot lane is going to be very vulnerable. If you leave it alone, you are relying specifically on skill trading, and that doesn't really float my boat as much as I would like. So we're going to have to wait and see. Of course, we are getting underway, and as you can see, it is going to be SIU Black on that blue side and Illinois Wesleyan Titans on that red. Keep in mind, once again, that SIU Black are currently at a 0-1. This is due to some technical issues earlier, and that is unfortunately going to befall them. If they win here, though, they will be able to go to game number 3 and take a look and give it their best shot. So all eyes are open to see if the magic will happen for them.
Yes, we are waiting for the magic to happen. We're waiting for these players to be even more determined to get the win, to get the series to the game 3, because they are one game in disadvantage there. So we expect them to be very, very fierce in how they're going to play, especially with that comp, very aggressive. Not talking exactly about the bot lane, but maybe, as you said, guaranteeing the presence from cool headphones in that bot lane so they grow Ziggs as much as they can and prepare Seraphine and the other champions for good encounters on Drake, on Herald, and to see how the game is going to go from there, because they have to build that advantage early on compared to a Varus that can grow so much in the late game. And here we are getting into the rift. Blue side, SIU, and red side, Iwu. Similar names right there.
Similar names, at least in the acronyms, and we're gonna have fun with that. We're gonna have fun all the way through with that. But taking a look, of course, 5-point start here, and for Sayu, yeah, you kind of do have to play safe. You can't go crazy. You have to play really stable, really smart, and they're gonna give it their best shot. The main thing that I'm taking a look at, though, that I'm very surprised at is Sayu's bot lane. Demon of Ohara and Ari opted to not take the cleanse. Their primary carry is not going the cleanse, which again lends itself to the fact that Leona should have a fantastic time with this, right? Identifying the fact that Demon of Ohara is running that teleport instead of anything crazier. It's a dangerous spot to be in.
Yeah, agreed. I don't know, it kind of feels, taking the teleport, it kind of feels like, oh, they know they're going to die and maybe they just want to get back to the lane as soon as they can, given that they are certain that that is going to be on the way, Orbital.
Yeah, I would have liked to see the stun come out from NECC. That would have been a little bit more fun in my opinion, but you know, level 1, you don't really want to do that, so gonna be steady for the time being. Demon of Ohara is still a little bit scared, and I mean, NECC is actually just going quite hard with this. So no follow-up stun. I want to admit, no follow-up stun, and still going for those Zenith Blades.
Yeah, they are. They know they're still very tanky, and they can go in because Varus is going for that level 2 pretty quick. But we have Sayu being very attentive to that and backing off, as Varus is deciding to go for a freeze there and keeps things cool.
It's going to be hopefully rock steady is what they're doing here.
Yeah.
Again, for the side of IWU, you have a composition that, in terms, since now these are both, I would say, almost brawl-heavy compositions, you have a bit more sustain, and with this lane pressure, look at the CS differential. You can see Fable trying to set up and try and get this gank up. However, you know this is going to happen. You're going to be diving in. Schneider is able to take first blood, and that 1v2, Spiffy is able to turn it around. Huge win, though, I would say, for Schneider, who was able to draw out the Ignite and still get the kill.
Yeah, and not just getting the kill, but getting the first blood, so the advantage in gold there is going to be very nice, since they knew they were going to go down. So, best outcome for Sayu, I think, there.
Yeah, not just that, the CS discrepancy, right? Fable had to leave, and I want to say about a 10 to 12 CS wave built up at the tower, and that feels terrible, right? Now on the top side, Animosity is going ahead and cleave away at some of the HP on the top side. Chen going ahead, dropping down to about 50%, and I mean, the brawl-heavy style on this top side is going to yield very interesting results as well.
Yes, and definitely with the door and shield there, they're going to be healing and just coming back. But we have already a gank here, Spiffy going on the Shen. And they're going to drop the pillar, going deep into the dive. The Reaper stay, and there it is! The kill. Fiora getting the kill on the Shen. Animosity 1-0 there. And really, these two teams are looking very aggressive on both sides, especially IWU, with those ganks coming from Spiffy.
And it has to be, right? I love the fact that they're doing this because they can, right? With these duelists, with these kind of up in front fighters, you want to get them ahead. You want to make sure that they're going to be ahead. And Schneider might have a little bit of a DC. We did get a quick pause there, and now backing off. So I think Schneider should be okay. Going to be okay to roll back in, because at this point, you know Spiffy is going to be joining in on that top and mid almost religiously. Right now, cool headphones, though. Going to be looking for that bot side, and for the first time, we're seeing the J4 gank already built up a nice CS discrepancy in terms of camp advantage. So that's what you're liking to see, but the flagging drag should yield some results here, as we're going to go ahead, and as we all know, the spectator client is always very nice and very, very fun to use here. Cool
so
headphones,
reliable.
Though. Oh yeah, we're waiting for it. Nabs, though, getting knocked back, and actually got knocked out of the knock up, so that's still going to be the kill. Very nice to pick up. NECC hoping to stay alive under this tower, but you walked back into it. And you lose your life. So far, this is Sayu coming away with some decent kills.
Yeah, they're doing pretty great at that. And Action here maintaining that pressure on Fable as well. The miss on the hook on the wall. I think they were going in for a dive, if I'm not mistaken. But definitely a good comeback from Sayu there, when they were noticing that Spiffy was so present in all the lanes. When they saw that Spiffy was around mid lane, we had cool headphones rotating for the bottom. As we said, they really needed to get that pressure on top of Varus and Leona, since they are so safe. And we have a bot lane with Seraphine and Ziggs just reliable on the poke and not really on engaging. So you need that presence from the jungler and guarantee them 2 kills on that. So yeah, things are getting pretty even so far. The goal discrepancy is not that big anymore. We have Fable coming back with that CS as well. So things are starting to look more equal.
They're hoping to stay equal here, right? This is a very nice dynamic, right? Top side of the map is currently winning for IWU. The Fiora is currently 1-0, has a very large CS discrepancy. And now you're looking for the bot side. So IWU looking to play off that mid lane advantage and the fact that Demon of Ahara and Ahri had to recall, and they recalled at a different time, so you're able to pick up that dragon, start stacking those up as much as possible. Yes, it's Cloud. Yes, it is one of the weaker dragons to pick up. You're going to be happy about that. Dragon stacking started, Cloud goes down. Now it is going to be the Ocean. Best of speed and healing to be given to the first team that gets both.
And as you said, it was just a great performance from IWU there to guarantee the presence on the bot lane and on the mid. Taking a look at, okay, we have the bot lane very late on their recall, so we can take advantage of that. And that's all paying off from the pressure that the bot lane themselves have done throughout the game. And we already have here a Ziggs pushing a little bit while the Jarvan is being around in the area. Maybe they're going to be able to bait out the Varus to push back again as we have Jarvan coming in through the bush. But little do they know, there is a pink ward right there. And it's probably going to disable any possibility to get a gank on this bot lane.
Clean, simple. It's a standard, right? Cool Headphones has identified that the bot lane is the lane to win through, right? You want to get that Ziggs and Seraphine out of lane. You want to get them dominating in terms of tower score. That's the whole reason you kind of picked this lane, right? You didn't pick it for the team fight. You didn't pick it for all around, staying power all the way through. You picked it for burst. You picked it to be able to clear out opponents very, very quickly on. So that's what you're hoping for. Schneider in the mid lane is also doing quite well. And I mean, Shen on the top side, you're doing what you can. Fable, though, eating so much damage in that top side. And now a stun goes down on the top lane. Shen eating so much damage and a pillar and should fall. Animosity picks up a second kill. Courtesy of Spiffy. 4 Cool Headphones can even join that top lane.
Spiffy with a great rotation there. Oh, and Schneider's really, really bullying this Fable here. Look at that amazing flash on the stun from the Irelia. Nice kill on the mid lane here. And we already have another fight happening on the bot.
Oh, not just a fight. A brutal one at that. Another arrow is going to pierce through. And, I mean, that is Nabs going happy days, right? You turn it around with the level 6 under the tower. You land the Chain of Corruptions, catches Demon of Ahara, and you know what would have helped is a... Oh!
No way.
Well, Schneider did not time that properly and loses out on getting any sort of rebuttal. But Demon of Ahara, right? You know what would have helped there? Getting caught under tower and a Chain of Corruptions? Cleanse. Cleanse would have been perfect there to stay alive. So losing out on that gives IWU a little bit of an advantage back to 4 for 4 kills and a little bit of a gold experience lead. Right now, Fable, though, getting jumped on in the mid lane. This is going to be a chance to be had. Fable trying to dash out, is able to dash out of that Cataclysm. Meanwhile, on the top side, we're seeing Spiffy once again refuse to let Chen lane in safety.
Yeah. And Chen really has to be a little more cautious now. I think they have to farm under that tower. I know they have died under that tower as well, but I think they need to try and stay there. I think it's the safest place, and maybe Jarvan has to be a little more around. They're going to get a Herald there. There's nobody even close from Sayu to try to contest it. So Spiffy Dad is going to guarantee for IWU. And, well, overall, we really see those two junglers going for those side lanes to get the kills. And, well, unfortunately, Akshan was caught out of guard there, killed off, and is going to go down. Well, basically, I believe that it was both teams doing a good job in their rotations. That is just being successful for them. Of course, Spiffy knows that the Chen is absolutely out of farm on the top, so far behind. They don't have any items, they just have a boot and a serrated duck there alongside the Doran shield. So they're going to die pretty fast, and as they have. And on the other side, we have the Java and Cool Headphones really maintaining the pressure on the bot side. So we have both teams doing a good job at that. I think that at this point, we need to see Chen being more cautious about it, so they're not caught out of guard again. Because the difference in bot lane orbital is that we have two champions, and you can protect for one each other. And Chen is alone, so I think that might be one advice I would give to them.
We always have so much advice that we could give to teams, but I mean, can they implement it at that time, right? We did see Fable try and transfer down to the bot side, try and get a little bit of space as Nabs and Nivek had actually joined the mid lane. So rotations coming out overall for both squads is a little bit of a cat and mouse game, right? Trying to chase after, try and make sure, you know, you get the best lane assignments. And especially since Fable has been losing out, right? Of the current laners, the only one to go 0-2-1 in the laning phase. And it's not good, right? In Aurelia, you want to have a head, so very nicely done on the side of Sayu to have that, but right now the rest of the lanes are currently being unmatched. We can see Animosity traveling down, getting ready to play for this dragon, and I think IWU do have the right idea here. They're saying, hey, let's go ahead and properly set up for this dragon. Let's try and hope to pick it up and put ourselves in a better position. Sayu, though, saying they want to do the same, and this is going to be the first big team fight of the entire game, right? Demon of O'Hara for a little bit of poke. Cool Headphones diving all the way into the back line, but way too early. But now getting the Cataclysm down on multiple members. They are able to pick up a kill with that Encore, and the Cataclysm able to finish it off. But look at the back line. Spiffy goes ahead and says, hey, I can fight this out. Double kill for Fable. Fable becoming a legend now. Dash into the back line, dash to another opponent, and that'll be the cleanup. Yes, Snyder is able to pick up one in the back line, but I mean, is that really going to be enough? Chen going to try and do something, is able to get the kill, but you're still going to be cut down. The World Ender is ended, as that'll be the finisher. It was a full house of kills, and that'll be a dangerous one to be had. IWU able to clean up and get the dragon afterwards.
Yes, Orbital, and I think that mainly it was because we didn't have Schneider in that fight. And it wasn't because it was something bad on that part. It was because IWU played that super well. They went in the mid lane, Spiffy, with Fable. They made Schneider go recall, go to base, and they knew they could translate the rotation into Drake while Schneider was still coming back to the jungle. So they started the fight with one less attacker there, with one less carry, and because of that, not just Demon of O'Hara alone there wasn't going to be able to do that much of a presence in the team fight because, well, they died 2 times. They have 5 assists, yes, but it was not enough to help that much in the fight. They haven't grown, and they only have the first item there. But we're going to go for another fight here on the Drake Orbital, and it might be a steal situation.
Oh, it's not going to be stolen away, though. That is going to be Demon picking that one up. The kills are really where it counts out. Yes, you got the dragon, but what is the cost? You lose your jungler and support, and now the Infernal is up to call. So maybe you wanted to give that to IWU because now they get a chance at 3 Infernal Drakes. Not just that, it's a push in the mid lane as Rift Herald is dropped. First tower could be going the way of the Illinois Westland Titans as they're looking to extend their gold lead.
Yes, they're going to do that pretty quickly here with this Herald. And unfortunately, the presence that Spiffy did on the top path really made Shen be so far behind that he couldn't help on that Drake fight. That culminated into the Heralds that were also taken by Iru earlier on. And, well, it is the first tower going down there because of all the presence that Spiffy did on that top lane.
Such a good job, and I have to give props, right? Spiffy has been an absolute monster, and we were talking about the jungle difference, right? We were talking about how the junglers could affect their lanes and apply pressure in different areas, and so far it really has been Spiffy, right? We said we wanted to see cool headphones trying to gank, but the J4 really didn't get to pull out any sort of craziness until later, and at that time, Spiffy had already pulled off 2 ganks. Spiffy had been perfectly okay getting all these ganks down. Now Animosity, though, getting 3v1'd here, and still surviving for quite some time, but the chain CC is perfect. Lending 3 ultimates to a single kill. Sayu trying to say, hey, we got to give it all we got.
Yeah, they have to, because that Fiora was going to grow unescapably if they left her alive, and it's going to be a shutdown on her. Big gold coming for SIU there, and really important to neutralize her so she's not going to grow outscale as much as, to be fair, she already has. We have here half an item in advantage for her compared to Aatrox and the other players as well. We have the 3-1, the 3-1, the 4-2. So really 3 players there, as you said, because of the presence coming from Spiffy on top and mid, really allow them to grow as much as they have.
I think it's going to continue, right? Fable, the one champion that we were saying, or the one player that you're saying was going to have a little bit of a hard time sitting at 0-2, has come back immaculately, right? 4 kills in a round, and that's not what you were hoping to have happen, right? You were hoping to keep that Irelia down, and oh, is this going to be a steal?
Ooh.
Nope. Smite it away. Spiffy is able to pick that one up. It is granting a tower on the bot side, but Schneider, you were going to use this Akshan to dance against Fable a whole lot, dance against this constant aggression of the dashes. You're hoping to outpoke with the auto attacks, right? Not going to happen anymore. You are not going to have that chance. If Fable is able to get onto you, you are dead, right? You are just straight up dead. As long as Fable feels like you can get that fight. Right now, deciding against it, only has that Bork in hand, and you are getting run down. So, topside, we are seeing a little bit of a dance, but Schneider getting run down here. Another dash. This is what we were talking about. It's so close. Schneider is able to win out with a sliver of HP, but it was way too close for comfort. Topside, we're seeing Shelly push down as hard as possible. One more charge potentially could be there. It is cut down beforehand, though, as Cool Headphones is able to finish that one off. Only one charge out of that Shelly.
Yeah, I'm actually happy to see how much... Oh, no! The engage is coming in hot with the Encore there to try to defend them, but it's not enough. It's still 4v3 at this point, and Sayu might be in a bad position.
It was almost a bad position, but you do keep yourself safe. It was an attempt, and I really do like the attempt out of Sayu, right? Iwu, though, able to keep that fight in their terms, right? Even with the Cataclysm catching 3, and then the Encore rolling over a couple of them, they're okay because Animosity is so freaking strong. As long as Animosity can get close, though, the poke coming out of O'Hara and Ari is starting to do some damage.
Yes, it is. And what I was mentioning earlier is how much I really liked Sayu maintaining the action on the bottom path, even though there was such a big push on the top path with the 4 people, with Shelly destroying the outer turret there. It was still great to see that they were confident to leave action at the bottom to push and prevent that they had that Irelia joining in the push or joining in more team fights. And while you were saying the action was definitely going to die, I was thinking if the action gets a good dodge on the stun, he might as well be alive, and he was by the skin of his teeth. So I think it was a great job by Sayu there with such an aggressive push that was being made by Iwu.
Right now, we're getting a little bit of a dance here. Schneider getting caught out by Animosity and is now going to be forced to stay. Was hoping to get a recall off, and it does signal that Sayu were just like, yeah, we're going to give up Dragon. We're not even going to try for a steal. No reason to go ham and lose our lives over that. So, first Infernal Dragon will go the way of Iwu as they continue stacking 4-1-6 on Spiffy, 3-1-5 on Animosity. Those 2 champions will enjoy the extra damage buff.
Yes, they are. And at this point, we have, in terms of CS, we have a pretty equal balanced throughout the board. Aside from that top lane, we really have Animosity being so far ahead. We have Animosity on screen now doing that split push, taking the bot tier 1, and that also is almost a 50-40 CS lead for the Fiora with so many more items in the pocket. And that's going to translate into devastating team fights. But the 1v1 is back here between these two.
Oh, well, this is what happens that we were talking about. But a huge pillar. A pillar able to stop Schneider from rebounding in. Fable, you cheater. That's not allowed in the 1v1. You can't call for your jungler. Fable able to survive thanks to some lovely pillar work.
Oh yes, Biffy coming in for the save. And we already have here another engage of Animosity killing I am Ari so quickly there. There isn't much that Seraphine can do against a fed Fiora. And wow, they're actually rotating for this early Baron here. 20 minutes on the clock.
I wouldn't even say early, right? They have so much damage in the back pocket. They're happy to go ahead and take this one. They have so many AD dealers. They have so many shredders, right? Animosity as well as Fable and the Trundle are going to be great. And cool headphones, you have no backup, right? No one's going to be able to help you out. No one's going to be even close. A sub 21-minute Baron is off the tables. Huge pickup by Iwu. We're going to go ahead and take that Baron on 5 and look to push down even more towers.
Yeah, such an incredible read by Iwu there. Really seeing that Sayu was back at that base, were trying to clear out the jungle or just maintain the push on the lanes. They just went in deep on that. As you said, they have the Shredders, they have Varus, they have Irelia, Fiora, they have Trundle. Well, they basically have everyone. And they really melted down that Baron so quickly. As you said, Jarvan was a little far behind. There was nothing they could do without backup. And talking about backup, Jarvan is here to try and help this 1v1.
Well, here's the difference right now, right? The healing coming out of Animosity is ridiculous. Snyder, though, able to keep some space open, and Snyder's able to win it out. Of course, that is no Fable, so it was a little bit more dangerous than they would have liked. Had to burn that Ignite and get some help with the Cataclysm. But this opens up a lot more than they would probably like, right? With all of that aggression in the top side, because Baron is currently available, we're seeing the push on the top and mid now rotated towards that top. And Chen again is stuck on their lonesome. A Solar Flare is able to keep Chen on the back end. And the dash forward means it's Fable to cut down that World Ender. Top lane tower is going to fall as well. And Fable is going to get jumped on. Oh dear. J4, you walked forward when you shouldn't have. Fable getting a beautiful lockdown with that Crescent Guard. With the Vanguard here. Such a dangerous position overall, and Fable is getting so dangerous. 1 for 2 between the two lanes and a top lane tower to boot.
Yes, and they're really taking advantage of these super hyper carries now, Fiora and Irelia on the side of Iwu. They went deep on that one. They knew they could do, especially with the Baron buff. But to be fair, it was a good defense coming from Sayu as well. I agree, it's Jarvan went in when they shouldn't have, but we might have a sneaky pick off here. Ari is in a bad position. The pillar pops on top of them, and they're going to go down, unfortunately. But yeah, I feel like Sayu defended as much as they could on that top path there. And at the same time, we had Akshan before pushing the bottom. So, well, it's contained as much as it could have been, even though Fiora is back onto that tower again.
They are not letting up at all, right? I'm loving the pressure that Iwu is putting down. They don't want to go to a game 3. They don't want to deal with any of that shenanigans. They just want to win. They want to be done with this. And I mean, the fact that they pinched Chen so hard on this Aatrox is a masterpiece here. A chain of corruptions over the wall to ensure that Chen can't do anything. It's over. That is the top lane done. Chen is not allowed to play the game anymore. And now Cool Headphones gonna try and get in on Navs, and that's gonna be the Soul Flare. Gonna slow it down. And you finish up that kill. Navs is going to live. Encore draws everyone in much closer than they would have liked, though. And Schneider, the one-fed member, is going to fight as hard as possible. You get the extra kill. Animosity is going to get a little bit of help from the Grand Challenge. Do you get the kill? Do you get any more damage? And no, you don't. Ari is going to finish that one off. And for the kill on Chen, Sayu are able to throw back 2 more. Crazy differences here as Fable chopping down that mid lane inhibitor tower.
Impressive defense coming from Sayu. Before on the top, now at the bottom here. Started off with the ulti coming from Demon of O'Hara there, clearing the wave, then onto the Cataclysm. The Encore. Oh no, the ulti is so perfectly there. But Schneider's going to try to 2v1 here. I don't think they have any chance. And unfortunately, it's going to be the... Oh, actually, Ziggs is just around the corner. Let's have a look. Maybe we're going to have a cheeky steal. Yeah, nope. Not really.
Yeah, that is an AP Varus, right? AP Varus, that's why you're seeing the piercing arrows do so much, and the blight stacks do absolute work, right? This is why Varus is currently being run, and very happily so, right? The versatility that you have with this build is still monstrous, right? You can go AP, you can go AD, and still do quite well.
Yeah.
I think lethality is still falling off a bit. You would want to run it on the attack hits, on hit builds.
Yeah.
Still very powerful either way, right? That coupled with the fact that they are 8, 2, and 4, it was able to complete Rabadons, right? 3 items deep. This is ridiculous. Chen, once again, you are too far up. Yeah, World Ender does nothing. There are 4. You use that ulti for no reason. After that soul point, it is It is hunting season for IWU.
Oh, that's so wasted there. It's not only hunting season for IWU, it's hunting season on the Shen. They really have been hunted out all throughout this game. And we have 1 minute on the clock for the next Baron. But I really wanted to highlight on these last defenses from Sayu, yes. That we had such amazing micro play coming from Schneider has been such a highlight for me. There is no way any of those fights could have been won if Schneider hadn't kept themselves alive with those dodges, with the flashes, and just getting the right distance and positioning against Fiora and Irelia. So very good on them for that. And well, I think for that positioning, it really just shows that IWU is directioning for the next Baron. They want to get it as soon as possible. Maybe engage her in the middle if they have a little chance. Nivak just scaring them off, and Schneider might be being engaged upon here.
Yeah, this is Snyder still saying I'm an actual monster, right? I'm actually quite strong. I'm actually a champion, right? And you were just pointing it out, right? Schneider is 7-4-2. If you allow Schneider to peel away, you can be a monster. You can fight. But it's a single target at a time. So right now, keep eyes on Schneider. Keep eyes on that Akshan and what they can do. If IWU are able to find Schneider, game over, right? If Schneider stays alive, and we watch some of the AoE come out, right, with the early game burst of that Ziggs and the Seraphine, coupled with the Cataclysm, it can be a one fight to turn it around, right? There is a possibility. How large is that possibility? How large the percentage of a chance to win? I'm not going to give that right now. What we're going to say is there is a chance. If things go perfectly, if all the pieces line up in order just for Saiwu, there is a chance. Right now, Baron started up again. IWU going to be looking for a second Baron to start to close out this game.
Yes, they're going to do that, and it's 3v5 in the situation here. Aatrox is very far away. They have the... Oh, that was too soon of an ulti. And everybody's being engaged upon with the Zenith Blade. The stuns coming in left and right. The Encore buys them a little bit of time, but unfortunately, everybody is going down, Shen being the last of them. And yeah, they're not even going for Baron. They're just going straight for the mid lane.
Yep, welcome to the Ace Show. It was a beautiful played out fight as IWU say we have 30 seconds of do whatever we want time. Spiffy's like, yeah, I'm pretty strong right now. I got enough HP. Let's cleave through this tower. The inhibitor's going to fall next. They will go ahead and shut things out. IWU, with a forfeit in game one, are now going to cruise to a 2-0 on the week and happily take that step forward to a 1-1 set. Moving into week three, we're going to have a fantastic time, a Cataclysm to give us a little sparkling show. And that is it. Series number 2 on the day completed.
Yeah, Series 2 completed. IWU getting this best of 3 if you just arrived here. This is the second game, but only the first game played in this conference because unfortunately Sayu had to forfeit because of technical difficulties there. So first game was a forfeit. 1 were up for IWU, and they guarantee that victory in the series with this second win here. And wow, it wasn't just because they got a forfeit in the first one that they won the series. This game was so well played, Orbital. They were really relentless on knowing we are strong and we're going to take advantage of that now. There is no chance we're going to let you grow, so there's a little bit more of a competition. No, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, they played it very, very well, and I have no doubt that if we saw a game one, it would have been more of the same, right? The Trundle was impressive, and I'm very entertained. I want to see what more they can do. At the same time, I want to see Southern Illinois University at Edwardsville also come back, right? Starting your foot off with a loss never feels good. I want to see them be able to round out at the beginning, at the series start, and be able to play all the way through and really show us what they got. But of course, there's more League of Legends action coming up shortly with the NECC. We have another series coming up at the top of the hour, hopefully, as it will be the Navigators Division, John Brown University versus Emporia State University, both teams at 1-0. So we'll go ahead, go to a short break. We'll see you at the top of the hour for some more League of Legends action.
Fall into you.
When I'm with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits and all the drive that I have. Well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew I was missing and everything that I dread. Well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for days. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other and made our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall. You know you keep you off the ground. That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall you came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing, just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Just like another season.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under her type, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. Getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
I'm cutting dice. Look at these eyes. They're not here to please you. There was a time you could be mine. Before all that you put me through, I knew that you were trouble, but I don't think you were bad. I'm living in this bubble and it makes you so mad. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there. I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Even now, laying down hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me so complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, and before too long I found where I belong. I can hear it, I can hear it, oh, I can't stop the rush. Every note I touch, I can feel it saving me. Tell me, can you hear the symphony?
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that real love from within. Let me in. I want real love, real heights. You're just enough to get me through. Get me through. 'Cause you're officially perfect for me. So I'll wait for you, wait for you.
Up all night thinking, passing the time, anxiously waiting. You're mine. need a scarecrow after what you did. 'Cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did. 'Cause you were the devil, you mess with my head. You lied to my mother.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here with the final series of the day. It's had its ups and downs over the course of 2 different series, but now we're into that closing stage. These 2 teams rounding it out, and the Navigators are going to be 1-0 and looking to remain undefeated moving into week number 3, and I think that is the most enjoyable fact about all of it. My name is Orbital still. I'm here once again, but this time with a brand new caster by my side. It is the best and most impressive minion ever to wander off the rift. It is a random minion caster. We'll be casting some JBU Blue versus Emporia State. RMC, how you doing?
Doing good. Wandering off the rift and about to wander right back on here, Orbital. The 2 teams we've got here from Navigators Division, like you said, JBU Blue, Emporia State. Interesting thing to note, once again, our second week in a row, Orbital, we get ourselves a bit of a revenge match. These 2 teams played against each other in the activation match here, where Emporia went away with the win. Now, the win has an asterisk on it, at least according to JBU Blue. They say they got cheesed, and they're ready this time for that cheese. So we'll have to see if it does pop up this game, or whether Emporia State just decide, hey, we'll play it straight. We can beat you that way anyways.
Yeah, and in that revenge matchup, it's always interesting, right? Because from a revenge match, especially if you say you get cheese, it leads with the implication that the cheese is why you lost, right? Now, for Emporia State, of course, you're taking a look, you're not too worried about it. Your idea here is just play your game, right? This is a squad that is still reigning 1-0. I believe they also took their original matchup and 2-1. So not exactly a perfect record, per se. They're 1 loss in the game score, but still a very high possibility. And I mean, this squad coming back here, a couple of roster shifts, but overall, a very powerful team. And when we're talking about powerful, maybe where the cheese came from, maybe in that mid lane, right? A powerful mid laner at that.
Yeah, and I think if there's one place that isn't going to be cheesier for Emporia, it's definitely the mid lane. AH7, we've seen him before. Like you mentioned, the bulk of this roster really coming back here. AH7, Nay, Crusade, Autolet, all these guys have played before. I believe Aspian played last split as well, though I'm not 100% on that one. Can't personally quite recall it. Maybe just didn't cast the games that he was in here. But AH7 is the backbone of this team. There's no cheese needed for that mid lane. AH7 will carry on a whole bunch of different carries. The cheese tends to come more from that bot lane. I mentioned Autolet specifically because Autolet Gun previously used to go by a different name, SSG2 Goku. Used to play top lane for Emporia last year, and then last split played mid lane for Emporia, and now he's gone down to the AD carry role. So you can see the plethora of experience, the massive champion ocean that he has from all these different roles might come down to this bot lane, and that's where I expect to see unorthodox picks come through.
Yeah, and I mean, that's almost a very stark difference to the other side, right? Taking a look at JBU Blue, this is a squad that doesn't really always play through that mid lane. Yes, they went 2-0 and undefeated in week 1, but still, taking a look at them, this is going to be a very fun question mark. So taking a look at the roster, it's Yerp, Last Gasp, Yanol, and Tiff and Levla. these 5 players are going to go ahead and round out this composition. And for them, they like to play outside of the mid lane.
Yeah, they much more favor their side lanes here, but going towards Emporia State here, more familiar names perhaps. Nay Crusade coming back in after a split off, coaching the team. Actually role swapped himself from AD carry to the top lane position. Easy kill in the jungle, AH7, who we mentioned before. Audelet, Gun in that bot lane, and Aspian, one of the newer faces here. Easy Kill and Aspian are the two who I'm less familiar with. Easy Kill completely new. Aspian was on the roster last split and is apparently a big shot calling voice for the team here in that support role.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very fun. But as we were saying, you know, the stark difference in where these teams really want to hone their practice, right? Really start to take focus. And with that dynamic comes its own plethora of complications, right? Because again, these two teams have played before. They have a fair knowledge, and a lot of some of these teams, they'll come into these regular seasons and go, hey, brand new faces, game one, little bit of a testing field, right? You got to figure out what your opponent really actually wants to play versus their match history, and then move from there. These teams are saying, hey, we already have a good idea, and as you can see, moving into the rosters, we're already getting those picks and bans flying.
Okay, Orbital, we're talking about cheese from Emporia, but I'm already looking at a draft from JBU Blue, and if anything, they're the ones who surprised me. Anasis coming through. That is a pick we don't see very frequently whatsoever. I mean, it fits Yerp's preferred playstyle. Yerp likes to just split push on an island. The more you can isolate him, the better it is, and Nasa is definitely a champion who loves to do that here. On the side of Emporia, though, I like the Diana Yasuo. Some might call that cheese. I think at this point, it's so widely spread here that, you know, it's basically a strategy in and of itself. So you love to see that already come through. And the bot laners, Orbital, again, reminded everyone that the draft is in positional order. So they've already picked their bot laners here, but I want to see what comes out of the bot lane, because I said that's where I expect to see cheese come through here for the side of Emporia. But maybe JBU Blue surprises me and picks some cheese up of their own.
I mean, the best way to counter cheese is to get better cheese, right? That's what you want. The more finely aged cheese out of the barrel. I don't know what's going to come there because, again, for me, the ADCs have been one of the largest shifts in the entire meta, right? Going into Worlds right now, we have a hard shift, right? Zeri dominated most of the mid-summer matchups and everything, and now to hear Zeri has actually fallen off in favor of others has been the question mark, as we do get the idea TIF is running that Jhin with that Lux on the bot lane, long-range combo, fairly safe, a little bit less power than some of the more conventional ADCs that are currently in rotation.
Yeah, so one thing to note is that TIF so far, week 1 played 2 games of Jhin, 2-0 that game. So we've not seen anything besides Jhin from TIF so far. And TIF, as an AD carry, has a massive champion pool, and the team JBU likes to give that counter pick to TIF into the matchup. So they looked and saw that the Tristana, the Zillion being picked up here. Actually, they didn't, because they were blue side. They didn't see the Tristana just yet. They just saw the Zillion and were like, okay, yeah, you know, we're comfortable with the Jhin here. We can burst down your support. Your AD carry is going to be squishy regardless here. And I am actually a little bit scared for Emporia's bot lane, because TIF plays a ton of Jhin. It's his most played champion here. And even with that revive, Jhin, yes, 4 shots, and then you kind of need a reload. But hey, Zillion revive takes time, and there's more than enough time to reload that gun while you're reviving.
Yeah, that is one to really watch for and really have eyes on, because not just is Jhin Lux a long-range composition, Lux was actually blind picked by JBU Blues. So to hone it all the way back, they had actually crafted the spot lane from the start. They'd said, hey, we're going to go ahead and lock it in, and we're still confident in the Jhin Lux, as Diana Yasuo was locked in right away afterwards for Emporia. So the fact that they're still going with that long range, which if you close that gap, it's not really versatile, right? You don't really have a whole lot of getaway tools. It's the confidence of the bot lane saying, hey, for JBU Blue, we can take this. However, that still leaves the fact that the Diana Yasuo is there, and the fact that the Orianna was picked up second afterwards shows again that JBU Blue, true to what they have played in the past, are easing up on that mid lane, right? Giving it a little bit more room to breathe in the hopes that the Yasuo doesn't get too far out of control.
Yeah, so we focus a lot on JBU Blue's draft because it is interesting, right? Usually we see drafts have a very cohesive theme, right? Like you want team fight, you want split push, stuff like that. JBU Blue, as we mentioned, likes to play through the side lane. So they play for lane dominance. That's why we're seeing NASA, something that just scales up in a side lane in isolation. We're seeing Jhin Lux to try and pressure out the bot side. I want to talk a little bit about Yeno in that mid lane here, because Yeno is actually an assassin player. He likes to play carries, but he's actually shifted his style to control mages for the team so that they have wave clear. They have some way of team fighting here if the lanes don't get far ahead enough. Hence the Orianna pick to come through. It's not his preferred playstyle, but much like TIF so far, Oriana was all he played in that week 1 here. And then you contrast that to Emporio, where we said before AH7 is the star of this team. He is the main carry. There might be a bit of a mismatch into that mid lane. And then you look at the composition that Emporio drafted as well. We touched on Diana Yasuo. That is a composition in and of itself here. It kind of doesn't matter what the rest of the team is. That's going to be one of your focal points, and it's enabling AH7 to shine. Now you throw on top of that the Zillion, the Tahm Kench. There's actually a lot of safety for this team when they go in. Diana sets you up with the Moonfall. Yasuo last breath through. That gives Tahm Kench time to engage as well. And should AH7 get in trouble, because he is going to be kind of squishy, that's what you've got the Devour for. That's what you've got the Chrono Shift for. So you can see Emporia really built around this mid lane.
I like how you're saying a Yasuo is going to be, squishy, when Yasuos are notorious for being able to lifesteal through just about anything, right? Like Yone and Yasuo, which Yone is the other side of AH7, right? It's notorious for being extremely difficult to kill. I even saw one Yone run previously, the Sunfire Cape, right? Like that, again, that bulky, just bruiser style build. I don't think we're going to see it here. I like the idea that Emporia Stage is just like full damage, go, 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 have fun, right? But it is still a very valid fear for the side of JBU Blue. Now taking a look to the top side, it's a nullification factor, right? The Tahm Kench up on that top side. And again, Tahm Kench was blind picked, saying, hey, we're going to kind of forfeit that aggression. To pick a Nasus into the Tahm Kench, Kench is happy against scalers, right? Like, that's actually what you kind of want, I think. The Tahm Kench is just like, hey, I don't really have to worry about getting run over. I'm going to save out for the rest of the team. I'm going to be able to bulk up and do my own thing before things get too wild.
Well, with Tahm Kench, it's kind of an odd situation. We don't see as much Tahm Kench anymore because he used to be a bit of a lane bully. That was his role there. But with some of the nerfs, he isn't as strong in lane as he used to be. Like you mentioned, he's got really strong utility even after you leave the lane. So that's kind of where we see Tahm Kench here. But Nasus is a whole different beast here, Orbital. Sure, maybe traditional scalers might struggle a little bit in the mid-game phase, but Nasus doesn't care. Nasus is infinite scaling. So he's more than happy to run to that Tahm Kench here. And if anything, the pressure's on NECC to try and win out that lane. But NECC didn't pick Tahm Kench to win the lane. Like you said, he blinded it. And more importantly here, NECC, we mentioned he role swapped from AD carry to top. We mentioned he's coached for a split, took a bit of time off. So this split, when he's coming back in, he's been playing mostly Shen, Tahm Kench, maybe a bit of Poppy here. More defensive picks where his role is not to win the game. It's to bring that utility to the team fight and then shot call, bring that knowledge, that expertise he had from taking a split off to coach here. So I don't think it's going to be about this top lane for NECC, and that's why I really like the Nasus pick that came through from JBU Blue. It allows Europe to just scale up in safety and kind of, on the other hand, like you said that the Tahm Kench doesn't have to worry about Nasus. I think it's the other way around here where Europe doesn't have to worry about the Tahm Kench. He just farms up a storm and later one-shots your backline.
All right, well, that is a hope that JBU Blue are riding on right now. I've seen Nasus do that, but the question is, can you get over that hump, right? With the current buffs, the Wither is such a absolute monster right now, and I mean, that is the thing that has been buffed, I think, over and over again. With the Nasus, it's just like, let's just make everyone slower and slower and slower until you might as well just stun the person. Just give Nasus a 3-second stun, make another Morgana, and you're fine, right? That Wither, I think, is going to be huge, especially against the likes of a Yasuo, so taking that into consideration, I gotta agree, RMC, this Nasus could be the linchpin if allowed off the ground. A lot of what JBU Blue are playing has that catalyst, right? Can you get off the ground? Can you really get rolling and keep Emporia State down? As an overall set, I mean, Emporia State and JBU Blue, they have their lineups. Is there one that feels a little bit easier to execute? Is there one that seems to have a bit more stable ground in terms of win conditions?
So one of the big problems when you draft for lane dominance is that you need to win. If you don't win your lane, things don't look so good. So I do think the burden of execution is going to be on JBU Blue. I think Emporia have a slightly easier to execute composition with that Diana Yasuo. Just get Diana in there. As long as Easy Kill can get that Moonfall off, everything is, just going to be able to go from there. So I favor Emporia's execution conditions a little bit more. And part of this also because we've seen Emporia before, JBU Blue, new to the NECC, and let's see what they can show us here. Can their style of win lane, win game pop off in this league?
I mean, that'd be one way to do it, right? Again, perfect record so far in games and in series. Yes, it's early to call it, but it's a nice feeling to have, right? To be able to say, hey, we're going to come out not only as, a decent team, but as strong laners. That's what you're hoping to have. So again, taking over the fact that, hey, maybe Emporia knocked them down a rung or two in activation period. Maybe you got a chance. Maybe they get a little bit of fun here as we are onto the Rift for game number 1. John Brown University versus Emporia State University coming out in the Navigators South Division. The minions are spawning, the melees as well as RMC's brothers and sisters. We'll go ahead and get underway to kick things off. JBU Blue and Emporia State Esports. Most notably, of course, are blue and red. I love that. Either that or that is not actually their colors, and I just like the blue and red color. Hey, there we go. Eyes are open as a 5-point kick things off.
I'm just glad JBU Blue is actually on the blue side. I personally dislike it when teams like swapped. There was a team, in Brazil, which I cast called Red Canids, and whenever they're in the blue side, because we shortened it to red, right? And red's on blue, that's confusing. So thankfully JBU Blue are on the blue side this time. So if I refer to blue, it's at least the right team.
You know what? It's like I had Ari in the last game. It's like Ari playing Lux or Ari playing Seraphine. It's just like this. I understand it makes sense. It does not compute in my brain. It is not computing right now that Ari is playing a different champion. It is very frustrating. just a little things, right? Just a little thing. It makes no difference, by the way. This makes absolutely no difference to the game. It is specifically just for the casters. We have our own tendencies. Leave us alone.
Hey, maybe there is a psychological thing in game where people are like, oh, imagine this. There was an Ari last game. If they actually had an Ari in the mid lane while they were playing Seraphine in the support, hey, Ari's moving, and then it confuses the enemy team. Maybe there's a psychological aspect of this, Orbital, that we're not considering here for the players. Please note, teams, this is not an invitation for you guys to change your names this way. I will personally hate it, so please don't troll me that way.
There was a document, I forgot what it was. It was really funny to hear about, but the best way to troll a caster is to have
don't say it, Orbital. You're gonna do it.
Okay. I won't say it because RMC may ban me forever casting with him again. So I will not say it. What I will say is kicking things off nice and slow, both junglers starting on the top side, is going to lend itself to a very spicy early game. And for the side of JBU Blue, that can either be a curse or a blessing, right? The team that we said need to kick things off very, very quickly. The Trundle Last Gasp hoping to have a very nice start.
Yeah, and for Last Gasp here, I do like the Trundle pickup. If you look at the lanes here for the red side here for Emporia, pardon me, I forgot the name for a second. They don't have a lot of escapes. There's only Autolet with the jump, really. Everybody else will have to struggle with the pillar. And you're playing into a Diana as well. One thing that hasn't changed about Diana is the fact that she needs to hit 6 as soon as possible. Yerp, my goodness.
So, we had a lot to say about the Nasus, and I'm very, very excited. The problem, of course, is if you don't even get the farm, right? If you don't get a stack at all. Right now, though, we're seeing Yen, have a little bit of trouble in that mid lane. The Yasuo AH7 piloting it to very good exception. Even drawing Last Gas in off of the jungle pathing for a split second. That will help Easy Kill gather a few more camps for themselves.
Yeah, and I am now very worried for blue here. Because for JBU, if you want to play through your top and your bot side, and your top starts losing, your mid wasn't meant to win your lane either, then suddenly you can really only gank the bot lane. And I'm sure Autolet and Aspian are aware that, hey, we got to watch out for being ganked, especially when they saw Last Gasp there. So suddenly there's not a lot of lanes for Last Gasp to go after. I mean, easy kill with jungler, that's a choice.
Yes, it is. The problem, of course, is Autolet Gun getting in a little bit closer and forcing TIF to flash away and heal. Now they jump back in. Easy kill. Goes and finds a way, and Last Gas jumps over the wall, abandons their ADC, and is now on the wrong side of the map because of this. You got to pick up the bombs. You got to pick up a little extra.
Easy.
You do get a little bit of a chomp, but Last Gas, you threw up the pillar.
Oh, no.
You give the kill to AH7, one of the worst enemies to give it over to. Not just a kill, but double buffs as well.
Yeah, I don't know about this one. Like, on one hand, I'm happy for Last Gas, but yes, you found a counter kill. But like you said, the kill went over to AH7 because Last Gas took a little longer to die. And now Easy Kill and AH7. It's not just AH7. Easy Kill too. That's your Diana. That's your big assassin, right? That's your initial burst of damage. That's your combo. And I am very, very worried for the mid game now. We keep going back top. Yerp is surviving on a hope and a prayer right now. He is going to be forced to back here. And does have teleport, so he will be able to get back into lane. But if you already got chunked out this early and you're half CS, once Easy Kill hits level 6, you don't have to gank mid anymore. You actually can look to dive that top lane, and heck, maybe you don't even need to use the Moonfall, and then you can gank top and mid when you're 6.
just gank everything. Just go to every lane and be perfectly happy, right? That's the scary part about it. H7 giving, just a little bit of a taste, saying, hey, guess what your jungler gave me? It's an early birthday present for me. Level 5 here. This is, anyone that's played mid is having, like, PTSD flashbacks, right? Like, this is terrifying for anyone, especially since H7 didn't expend anything. What NECC is going to get, though, is the top lane treatment. You thought you were on an island, but the raft floated in and found another enemy. You tried to jump away. You do have flash. You have the gray shield as well, and no one wants to follow. Last Gasp and Europe decide not to follow through. Thankfully so. Easy kill up there for a little bit of a counter gank if things got a little bit spicy.
So really well played from both sides. Last Gas making the strategic choice to gank the top lane. I think that is the right call, especially when you just came back, full health, full mana. Best time to try and punish NECC for pushing up. But NECC, yeah, he held the flash really late. He was trying to see if he could actually get away without using it. Wasn't able to, and it's fine. He takes all the damage, he TPs right back to the lane. Same as here. But now this top lane, neither side has TP here. I would love to see the junglers go back up there. The question is, will they do it? Because the pathing is not efficient. They just cleared their top sides here.
They just cleared and picked up some of their items. You saw Last Gas come out of base with that Sheen, so maybe didn't have as much damage behind it as you would like, and still only level 5 on Europe's side. So as you said, very smart on the junglers not to aggress too hard and just giving themselves a little bit of time. Easy kill, hoping to hit level 6 as well, and a little bit of fun in there. Eyes are open though. Right now, NECC still up a decent chunk, 13 CS up, and Europe is not going to enjoy that one too much either. Picking up just scraps underneath the tower.
Yeah, and I feel bad for Europe. Unfortunately, we can't see how many stacks he has, but I imagine it's not too many because he's only had 28 CS. NECC contesting him for every single last one of it. Even now, look at him just punishing away. They're level 6. You can devour and drag Europe out from under turret. Here we go.
Yes, it was no tongue whip just yet, but enough damage, right? In comes a little bit of the dominance and saying, hey, I'm going to get your damage. Here comes the knock-up. No flash to be had. NECC, dancing rightly so, takes another tower shot just because they can. Solo kill for the Tom Kench.
Yeah, you're trying to hold that ultimate, but I think you need to pop it earlier here. It does give you, some health restoration, some health steal. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map here, Emporia did take first dragon as well. Easy kill. Should be quite close to level 6, probably more than halfway there. Is covering that bot side as well. So Autolet and Espion are safe to push up range.
Very happily pushing up as well, and they're just chilling, right? A pickaxe and longsword in pocket for Autolet was a massive buy over just the 2 longswords on TIF, and that's a dangerous thing, right? As soon as Autolet hits level 6, I expect to jump in just to test the water, say, hey, I can catch you out if you're not careful, especially since Lavlaw has been a little bit out of mana every so often, right? And for a Lux, it's dangerous to have that happen in just regular laning phase, right? Regulating that mana on a Lux is very important.
And I'm actually surprised that TIF hit 6 before Autolet, because you've got a Zillion on your side. So technically you should have that level advantage. And TIF playing out that bot side amazingly well. We said TIF, big carry for this team. Captain and highest ranked member here. And you can see that even in the 1v2, TIF is still positioning aggressively and trying to threaten. Easy kill. Now level 6 here. Okay, didn't full commit, but if you're, you're worried that they might go for that dive. The Ignite is ready. The last breath is ready for H7.
And I think the only reason they didn't choose to go for it is the fact that Yeno had both flash and exhaust, right? The flash, not so much of a worry, right? You can knock him up. The exhaust is the big thing, right? That exhaust carries so much weight against these 2 fights, and it's a great pickup, right? I'm very impressed that Yeno was like, hey, I'll go ahead and grab this instead of any other summoner spell. You cut out either the Diana or the Yasuo damage, and you nullify it by about 50%. Huge difference when you're trying to dive partly under tower, right? So very nice way to, and even the thumbs up, right? You saw it right there. Yeno's like, yeah, I know exactly what you're waiting for. I'm not going to give you that chance.
Here's the concern. I don't know if Yeno has a choice. Yes, Yeno is playing this well, but look at the CS differential here, Orbital. H7 is double Yeno CS, and with Yasuo, the scaling on that's absolutely monstrous. Now, Europe in a bit of trouble, does have the ult ready and available here, but when I'm looking at H7 leaving lane, got spotted around that Herald's position here. If you're Europe, you don't have exhaust. You're diveable, even with that ultimate here.
Poor Europe, and I mean we're talking about the differences of JBU and Emporia State, right? We talked about the fact that AH7 is the main primary carry, And that's great and all. The thing that we're watching here is JBU are falling apart on the side lanes, right? You can see it on this bot side. Autolite Gun says, hey, I still have a gun. Feel free to walk into me. And Levlaw said, yeah, I don't like that option. Can you not leave that on the multiple choice tables again? Now in the mid lane, AH7 though, finding last gasp and saying, hey, I'm going to dash through you, flash away, get to the rest of my team. Easy kill though, saying, hey, I want a chance to try and fight this back. With that subjugate used though, it's going to be a dance in. This is just a straight up kill. Annihilation on Yano just after last gasp left. And you know what that means. Now in comes the curtain call in that mid lane. But it doesn't really find anything, and that leaves bot lane open. A huge cataclysmic failure on all ends. The cogs work in favor of Emporia State Esports, and they gather 2 kills, one in mid lane, one in bot side. TIF though, trying to trade it back. Autolite Gun jumps away and is able to get the buster shot off. No retribution kills. All value given to Emporia State.
Yeah, everywhere right now, Emporia just popping off. And well, the scarier part is we said that JBU Blue needed to win their lanes. They drafted to win their lanes here. Now that they're not winning, where do they go? The mid game is precisely where Emporia spikes. With that Diana Yasuo combo, level 6, that's one spike. First Mythics, that's another spike as well. And you're okay. If that tongue lash hits, I think NECC actually goes for that dive. He does have flash available here, and you're with that slow as well. It's just so rough to get out. As it stands though, even in the top side here, NECC just set and ready, and we said he's got a lot of utility in this mid game as well. He does enable a lot of dives with that Devour.
Not just with the Devourer, the innate tankiness, right? You see how tanky NECC is. Taking 2 or 3 tower shots even earlier on at, like, I want to say level 4 and 5. You saw how tanky a Tomkin should be, and that's also part of that utility, like just the enabling of lane bullying. You called it before, and we're seeing that happen even more so, right? In this lane matchup, Europe had to survive the early game. Tom Kench, known as a lane bully, it's coming out in complete dominant fashion, right? Consistently getting the poke down. Europe has not been able to pick up CS without receiving some sort of damage in your lifesteal. In that pitiful passive that only has a single line written into it, it feels bad, right? It feels bad getting poked out right there. Dragon again taken by the side of Emporia State. They level up 2 dragons and are gonna bring the Infernal Dragon to boot. And Autolite says, I don't even need Infernal Dragon. Just let me get the shots off, let me get the Sticky Bomb off, and I'll be perfectly fine. NECC getting a jump away, and because of that dive, it's under tower, and Europe is gonna dive underneath. You got one more hit and you're good to go, so Europe gets that kill. But you lost a decent bit on the bot side, whether it's worth or not, kind of left up to you to tell.
And no Herald, unfortunately, for last gasp either. He did start it, but it was Easy Kill who did manage to take it away. So top side, best they can hope for is a plate maybe to AH7 finding last gasp.
Yeah, last gas, about to breathe their last. The Subjugate's not going to do too much. Knock up into a final slash, and you get the kill. Easy kill on the bot side is going to get some value as well. And because the Chrono Shift was on a different member, Easy kill had to flash away. AH7, though, after a 1v1, is going to look for a 1v2. Flashes over, though. Yano says, I want to fight, but the Shockwave is used and whipped. AH7 dancing this to perfection, and now gets the last breath off on their own side. This is ridiculous. We said AH7 is the carry, and they said, yes, I am. Wins a 1v2, not with kills, but just with survivability. A ridiculous display from AH7.
Let's call it a 1v3, because let's not forget AH7 killed last gasp in that 1v1 first, was running away from Yeno, and turns the 1v2, pushes Europe out as well. This is why we're hyping up AH7. He's such a beast here in this mid lane, and this is why Yasuo was banned all last week against him. You cannot give him Yasuo, and by extension, you cannot give him Yone.
Just don't allow this to happen. It is a forced situation. This is one of those times where you're like, yes, I understand the meta's there. Ban a specific person. Please don't let this happen. I have a fear, though, that it might happen again in game number 2. We are going to see AH7 just go crazy. So I'm loving this so far. 3-0-0, being an absolute menace on the Rift right now. And it's not even 15 minutes into this game. One tower already down, and now Levlaw will do very low HP. One last shot takes it, flashing for that kill. And now, even with last gas, you're okay jumping over, getting away from that pillar, and now dodging away from the curtain call. A perfect fight. Now on the top side, NECC gotten one solo kill already, looking for another. Europe, you farmed up a little bit, but the Devour is going to do so much damage to you. You're going to try your best. Easy kill on the bot side. This is punch after punch after punch being thrown here by the side of Emporia State. Autolite gun being an absolute menace. 5-0 and 2. NECC Crusade going ahead and saying, hey, don't forget me. One last tongue lash and you take the kill.
I just want to highlight, Orbital, that Emporia just hit power spikes. They just got the Mythic onto NECC Crusade there, so obviously he's going to start winning out that 1v1 as if he wasn't winning out before. Easy Kill has the Mythic advantage. Autolet has the Mythic advantage. So Emporia, they're just forcing their strength. They know when they power spiked, and I love that they played to that aggression. They were turret diving that bot lane with impunity here, and unfortunately for JBU Blue, I hate to say this, it's only 15 minutes in, but it's got to be back of your mind a little bit like, okay, hey, what went wrong? What do we have to fix for next game? Because in this game, I'm not sure how they come back in. I'm looking at TIF and LeVar right now to try and find some picks, but the vision control they have right now, the other side of the map is dark, much less the side of Emporia State.
When it is dark, you cannot roam freely into that evil night. Not a Fiddlesticks waiting in the bush. No, it's an easy kill in AH7 that we could see start roaming around, or heck, even Autolit gun. This is... anyone could be waiting in a brush. Anyone could be ready to pounce and make a move and break open the base even more. Currently, an 8.7k lead for Emporia State Esports. This squad is rolling in the gold, getting ready for that third dragon as well. And again, it's an Infernal Soul. Like, this is the best possible dragon combination outside of Hextech to just steamroll the game even further.
Yeah, I honestly don't even know if Hextech is better in this particular situation here, because raw damage with Diana Yasuo is going to be more than enough. Well, you know what happens to so...
Easy Kill tried to steal it with the Proto Belt, by the way. I would like to point out, that's not getting closer to help. That's absolutely trying to get closer to steal. That is 100% what was going on there. Right now, NECC Crusade on the top side gets withered down, and a wind wall now. Our eyes are drawn to the bot side. Even the spectator is having trouble trying to figure out which hype moment to go for. This is out of control. 13-2, shy of a couple kills to get a kill a minute. This is Emporia State Esports saying no cheese needed. We just need raw skill.
Yeah, that's a really good point to bring up, because like you said, Emporia didn't cheese this. So it kind of complicates the rest of the series as well, because for JBU Blue, it's not as simple as just saying, oh, okay, we just need to ban something, right? Like ban Diana or ban the Yasuo, because it's not just AH7 popping off. Yeah, sure, he's 3-0, but look at Autolet Gun. He's 7-0-2, and up against the captain of your team, up against the biggest carry of your team, TIF here, Autolet and Aspian have completely off. And that, it's just so many places you need to focus for JBU. So I think for JBU, it's more of a change in their game plan now. Didn't work this time. You know what? I'm sure they have more in their pocket as well. Their coaches said as much. They've been preparing for this. Now, 3:20 minutes. Baron hasn't even spawned yet. Second Herald picked up by Emporia State. And for all that they've been winning, the inner turrets are all still standing. Heck, the top side still has their outer turrets standing here. So Emporia still need to actually push and take these structures to look for that win.
I mean, you're saying that like they can't do it, right? Like we're talking almost like they can't do it. No. They can absolutely do it, but they were hunting for kills, right? Now with the Rift Herald in place, Easy Kill knocks out that last outer tower and is going to be happy dropping it just about anywhere, right? Anywhere this is dropped, we were talking about, saying, hey, those inhibitor towers and those inhibitors are still up. That can be very short-lived, right? Easy Kill could drop Herald, it can be pushed completely out, and that could be the danger. And because of that, we do see a little bit of a chance. 3v2 on the top side. Easy Kill now jumping away, and the binding does not allow NECC Crusade to get close enough to get the Devour off. Because of that, you lose your jungler. And it's a kill granted over and a shutdown, I believe. A very small one handed over to Last Gasp, but that was a very entertaining situation. We've seen jump arounds by everyone. I think earlier we saw it from Last Gasp. Now it was Easy Kill's turn.
Yeah, unfortunately, Easy Kill and NECC Crusade didn't quite have the sort of synergy that NECC Crusade, Easy Kill and AH7 had. Easy Kill went in, NECC Crusade went out, and well, NECC Crusade went all the way out. He managed to survive for now. I feel like it doesn't even really slow the pace down for Emporia. Nope. They're still fine. They're still pushing. Look at that mid lane here. Autolet and AH7 doing so much work there, and they still have Herald in their back pocket. There's no rush to drop that here. Like you said, that Herald could potentially even break an inhibitor for Emporia here.
And the reason it feels like they didn't slow down is because during that entire topside fight, AH7 and Autolego were just like, let's take some towers, right? They got 2 towers for the price of a single jungle death with almost no push potential on the side of JBU, right? Like, that is one of the best scenarios that could come out of losing your jungler in a really silly jungle fight. You are extremely happy that happened, and you're okay with it, right? Easy kill didn't drop Herald. You still have that in your pocket, and you're still going to be looking for those opportunities. A complete push by this squad could easily end the game, and they're really just taking it smartly, right? Yes, they have the gold lead. Yes, they have the items. Yes, they have the levels, but they're playing it smart. They're saying, hey, we are giving the respect over to JBU Blue. We are saying we don't want to let you get away with any cheekiness, right? We don't want to give an opportunity over to the enemy.
Yeah, and for JBU, they have started dropping vision down, so they are looking for that turnaround play of their own here. Unfortunately, Emporia doing a great job actually clearing that out, which surprises me because I'm not seeing sweepers. So I'm not quite sure how they're clearing out these wards here. I feel like they're just brute forcing it with pinks a little bit. And most notably, they have free access to Baron here. They can just turn. We are now past the 20-minute mark. They've got that Kraken Slayer on Autolet here. They've got that Blade of the Rune King on AH7. They can just threaten that. And unfortunately for JBU, either you walk out, check it, and if you check it wrong, you die, or you give over that Baron instantly, all those turrets start to go down. I don't know if you've seen a Baron push with Herald before, Orbital, but it is very potent.
It is. What's also potent is AH7 finding a random Lux in the jungle and saying, hey, got the kill, no worries. It's not even a last breath, it's a first breath to get a kill. That's what AH7 is throwing down here. Right now, Herald is dropped in the mid lane. Baron is up, yes, but you don't even need it if you got a Shelly on your side. Inhibitor is going to go down. That's 2 charges. Do you get a third? I mean, 958 HP, probably not, but you get close enough. Easy kill, though, getting jumped into the team. And there's the Devour that NECC couldn't do before, making up for the last time Easy Kill died.
Yep, you know, like we said, NECC, a lot of utility here, and Dragon is coming up as well. Orbital, is this Soul? The Dragon trackers went away, but I think this is Soul, no?
Yeah, oh no, this is absolutely Soul. This has been Emporia State having full control over Dragons.
Okay, so yeah, once you get Soul, what we saw happen to LeVlas, you won't even need the Ignite to finish off the Lux this time. The pop from that Soul will be enough, and I'm looking at JBU Blue right here. They know it. You can see they're hesitating. Do we push out? We're trying to push the waves here. But they can't check it. And they've got 20 seconds to try and shove out the waves sufficiently to find a way in. And there's wards. LeVlas is spotted right now. I'd love to see Odette just hop over, pop that blast cone, and then suddenly JVU, you've got a flash, and Last Gasp doesn't have flash.
I was just thrown into the thought of, imagine if this was a Chemtech Dragon, right? Like, imagine the fact of AH7 getting a blast cone to all the way across your jungle and just being like, I can kill you now from anywhere. You wouldn't even need extra jumps, right? It would just be blast cone to death, and AH7 is like, I can still do that. I still do that. Watch me, Dad. Yeah, flash, heal, everything. Knockup is there. Are you gonna go? Yes, you are. And you're dead. Hey, listen, AH7 did it for the style. I respect. Now we're gonna get a curtain call coming out here. This is yeah, now it's actually kind of dangerous here. So he's gonna get absolutely monstrous. A slaughter of a couple kills. Yes, you get a triple kill on Easy Kill. The rest of the team might be running a little rush on. Nate Crusade said, give me a little bit of that action. Even with AH7 falling, the absolute blasphemy of what Emporia State Esports did is ridiculous. Game 1 gonna go to the rival matchup. It is JBU Blue falling here in game number 1. They will have to try their bets in game number 2 and 3.
Yeah, quite a few takeaways from that one there, Orbital. I mean, yes, it looked rather one-sided, but I think that is a strength in and of itself. Emporia, they can play standard, and more importantly, Emporia can just flat out win lanes. They won every single lane. Even the bot side, where they were down CS a little bit, they were just waiting for power spikes. Mythic picked up, and we saw Autolet, Aspian just pop right off here. And for JBU Blue, they are the ones left kind of with questions here. That's technically their second loss against Emporia here this league, because they did lose in the activation series here. And this one, you can't blame Munchie. So where do you go from here? You tried to save counter pick for TIF. Didn't work. They just waited you out with that Tristana. You wanted to go for split push with Yerp. Doesn't look like you can do it here. So where do you go from here? Do you unleash Yeno back onto his assassins?
Well, that is a question for us to ask and JBU Blue to answer. So many things to think about, so many options for them to go for, but only one will lead them to a chance at a reverse sweep. Eyes are open here for game number 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
I am here in the middle of nowhere. There is no there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to lay to drift away. I find my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, I'm feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here ready to go for game number 2. And I mean, listen, we want to talk as much cheese as possible, but Emporia State, they cruised through that game number 1. Very, very strong on a standard composition and saying we can do it. So very, very fun to watch. And I'm excited to see because, again, a highlight that was drawn out was a complete sweep of the Dragons. Very strong, right? Again, Infernal Drake is powerful, but an Infernal Drake that never touches the enemy team, that they don't get anything of that, is even more so.
Yeah, and for Easy Kill specifically, I spoke to Nate Crusade a little bit before, we cast these games, and he mentioned that Easy Kill, 2 things you need to know about him. 1, he's a limit tester, and that works well or not so well, depending on how it went. Last game went amazingly with that Diana. The other thing is, he loves to deny away dragons from enemy teams. So he loves to clean sweep, soul sweep that dragon here, and he managed to do it. And to me, that's even more surprising when you're playing Diana, because Diana needs to power farm till 6, and usually that means you can't contest for that first Drake. But Emporia managed to do that and take all of it, and they got soul at like 25 minutes, which is one of the faster souls that you can get.
Yeah, that's on par. I think I don't know the exact time, but that's pretty much on timer for Dragon. You are just pulling it every single time. Once Dragon spawns, you pull it up and you take it, and it's just rinse and repeat all the way through. As you said, very, very quick, and they're hoping to do that again here because when they got that Dragon control, it enabled AH7 as well as Autolight Gun to run rampant. AH7 getting a ridiculous lead in the mid lane, and then Autolight Gun running over that bot lane at a ridiculous pace. End of the game unkillable with, I believe, 8 or 9 kills. An amazing stat to have in a lane matchup that we were a little bit concerned about in the early stages. Right now, getting into game number 2, though, we are seeing the fact that Emporia State are still on the red side. It was JBU Blue that opted for the blue side. Thank you for the color scheme. Very, very happy about that. Bans coming out, though. The Yasuo banned away, and now the answers back and forth flying here. We have the Volibear in the top lane, and then Nate Crusade on that Tom Kench once again.
So interesting to note, of course, JBU Blue did go ahead, ban that Yasuo. I very strongly agree with that call here. I don't think the Zac was quite as big a problem. And Overall, coming into this game, I was kind of hoping, that Emporia would pull out more cheese. I had joked about a charcuterie board on a tweet. They didn't do that last game. They just kind of played standard. But we're starting to see some cheese come out because that's a Scion jungle, folks. Easy kill. Known for kind of two junglers, Pantheon and Scion. And I'm going to be honest, I'm not familiar with Scion jungle. I don't see that very often. One of our observers here, Peter, was telling me a bit about it. He used to play Scion in the jungle. Apparently really fast clear, really strong clear, safe clear. And you kind of go for that level 6 and then you start charging down into lanes, looking to knock people up here. And even more potential cheese coming through. A Renekton mid as a counter to that Katarina. We had asked the question, does Yeno get off that control mage, go back to his comfort assassin picks, Katarina being one of his most played champions here. And at least for this game, it looks like, yes, JBU, John Brown University, is going back a little bit to comfort here.
I mean, comfort is good, but in some situations, comfort leads you off the very, very sharp ending cliff here. And I mean, a Renekton is one of the worst fears for anyone that wants to keep rolling through a team fight. So very well picked up by AH7, but this is coming in here. We saw the other two bans. It was Maokai and Ari for the side of Emporia State, and then the Swain and Akali for the side of JBU Blue. And then we get this. There are some choice words that I'm sure JBU Blue are saying to that Mordekaiser. And I mean, it's all about the positional lock-ins for this champion as well.
Yeah, so we kind of mentioned there was cheese, but we never really explained to everybody what the cheese was. This is the cheese. Mordekaiser and Senna in the bot lane for Emporia here. We mentioned before that Autolet Gun used to play other lanes, top lane and mid lane, and he used to play Mordekaiser in both those lanes. Now he's taken that champion into the bot lane as well here, and this is precisely the cheese that JBU lost to. So for JBU, they said, hey, we are prepped this time. We won't fall for the same cheese. Game 1, they just banned the Senna to break the combo here. Now, the big question to me is that the answer? Because if your answer is just a ban to that cheese, then what happens when you don't have that ban? Now you've got to play against it here. Surely they must have prepared something. I'm looking at the draft, and I'm not seeing an answer from, the Volibear, Trundle, Katarina. All of them, I mean, none of them feel like they'll do great into the Mordekaiser. Maybe the Trundle a little bit here. But other than that, yeah, so it has to be something, I guess, more gameplay related, teamwork related here, and I'm very curious to see what it is. I want to see what answer JBU has prepared specifically for Mordekaiser Senna.
And I mean, once you saw the Senna, I feel for JBU Blue, that's when it started to roll through, right? If we're talking about counters, the problem is at that point, if you assume that the counter is coming through, or if you have a counter, you only really got two champions to do it with, right? At that point, it came out third pick. By the way, the Senna came out third pick, and then it was the fourth pick by Emporia State. So you saw the bottom lane, and you knew what was coming, and you opted for the Trundle Katarina. And so, as you were saying, I think it is very important. We have to watch the technique. And I think that bleeds through to more than just that bot lane, right? Taking a look at every lane, once again, we talked about it. JBU Blue, they played a composition that wanted to win lane, win game. It did not work. This time around, they're opting for a little bit more of the same. The Volibear top one that we don't see as often in team play, mostly a jungler. The fact that they opted for this with the Tahm Kench being blinded, speaks a lot to what might change for Europe in the top.
Yeah, and Volibear, I mean, similar to Tahm Kench, is also a bit of a lane bully for the most part. He doesn't scale very well, which is why we don't see Volibear in the top lane too much anymore. That's why you see him in the jungle, where you get those early ganks off here. And the fact that Europe is now playing this Volibear as an answer to Tahm Kench feels like, okay, we want to win the top lane and play through that top lane here. Europe, we mentioned, likes to split push. So it feels like, okay, we don't have a skilling pick that can handle the Tahm Kench potentially. We're just going to try and smash it early. And we already said last game that that puts the pressure onto the side of JBU here to win. The pressure's even higher because if Volibear loses, there's no skilling, there's no comeback from that Nasus, like that Nasus that we saw last game. It's win or die. To a certain extent, mid lane's in a similar boat with that Katarina as well. Katarina does need to get snowballing. If you're just kind of laning, you're not going to be able to find leads. Katarina is a melee champion. And into most matchups, it's going to be really, really rough. So you roam to side lanes, you try and find kills. Now, where are you going to roam to? Top lane? That's a Tahm Kench. He's not going to get burst down. Bot lane? Once they hit level 6, that's a Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser counters Katarina. If you try anything funny into the Death Realm, yoink, 1v1, let's go. And Katarina doesn't do that well in the 1v1. So, compositionally, I am very worried for JBU Blue. It feels like they've doubled down. We need to smash early. Even with the MF Seraphine, yeah, they're great team fighting. But when no one else in your team is really there to back you up or follow up too much with that. I guess you've got the Katarina. It feels like, okay, we need a smash lane with this Misfortune, get the Misfortune ahead, and then she can carry the team fights for us. And into a Mordekaiser, into a Senna, that's a big ask. You're short range into a lot of pick potential here.
It feels like there was a whole different idea for JBU Blue coming into this game number 2 with their first 3 picks, right? It was the Seraphine, you wait, you get the Misfortune, and the Volleyball, you're like, great, we had this great combination to work. We forgot about the single champion coming out here and putting a stopper, and they immediately had to pivot. That's what at least I'm getting the feel of, and that worries me. Again, we have so many worries for JBU Blue. At the same time, they have played against this before. That is something that is nice to have. Having the experience behind you to say, we played against this specific style of composition, we know what kind of it to expect. At least for us casters, we don't know, because I mean, there's a freaking Scion jungle that we haven't even touched on right now. Like, there's so much with Emporia State that we are going to have to watch and see. But for JBU Blue, this could be a second round fighting. This could be a second time of, hey, we've experienced this. Now let's put what we know into practice. Let's go ahead and find those opportunities. So only time will tell. JBU Blue coming out on the exact same side said, hey, different champions this time around. The Trundle is going to say the same. Rest of the laners, let's pick it up. Let's get a win under our belt, and let's look for that game number 3.
Like I said, you know what? I have faith in the coach of JBU Blue here, WeFreak. He kind of said, like, we have a plan. We have a solution. I'm not seeing it, but you know what? I believe that he will show us through this game that there is an answer to Mordekaiser Senna, because I think that's a disgusting bot lane and I don't really want to see it. Speaking of things I don't want to see, Scion jungle. I said I didn't really want to touch on it because I don't know too much about this jungle Scion. I personally don't really see how the ganks are going to work. Scion, I feel like is a bit slow and doesn't really have easily accessible hard CC 4-lane ganks. He's got the slow though, and I'm thinking of him right now more in terms of team fighting as a combo breaker. Senna, not Senna, pardon me, Seraphine. You've got Encore, you've got a lot of CC. None of that's going to stop Scion. When he does the unstoppable charge, charge, it is unstoppable for a reason. He will hit your back line. So somebody's got a body block for the team. Autolat. Okay, I'll let them all running at him. Just going to walk away. I don't know if JBU actually really want to invade with this composition. With the Katarina, you don't have that much level 1 damage.
You're looking really at like the Volibear and the Trundle and the Misfortune, like the other 4, right? The other 4 to lay down the damage. The Katarina is like, I'll throw a dagger, gotcha, and walk away. Nothing else there. It's just it's painful. That's what you're looking at. However,
it's not painful, Orbital. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's actually the exact opposite of what we were looking at. What we just saw, though, is Last Gas realizing that this is a problem. This is the cheese. This is the problem that they had before. It is a slow. It is the tag. Last Gas being forced out of jungle. The cheese. All eyes were drawn to the big cheese of Autolight Gun and Aspian. But the smaller cheese, the more smelly cheese is in the jungle. Welcome to cheese number 3. Exhaust goes down. TIF. You are run out of lane and dropped to 150 HP. What is this?
Well, Orbital, you know, it's not the charcuterie board, but one thing about cheese is that as it ages, it does get sharper. And important, you know, they're adding new levels to this. TIF actually has to flash out a lane. This is what my concern about short range into Mordekaiser. And then when you add that with that bush yank, not even gank, I don't know what you call that, but that bush
Wookie!
Bush Wookie, there we go. At level 1, that Bush Wookie coming out on that Aspian. The bot lane's going to be incredibly hard to play. TIF has to actually recall on this. Last Gasp had to recall as well, so you're going to get 3 buff. There is no answer from the Trundle. And suddenly, I don't know if we're going to get to see that game plan from JBU, because when you're this far behind, when everything's kind of been screwed up for you here, where do you go? TIF still isn't back in lane yet.
This is a painful notion, and even now in the mid lane, as we kind of watch it break out, we're seeing the complications that aren't just from that bot or jungle side, but even in the mid lane, right? AH7 getting a great chunk onto Yeno, who already burned through all the potions. This is great. This is a great start from the side of Emporia State. Burning 2 flashes early on, as well as the exhaust in the bot lane, means that the cheese is perfectly there, and this allows easy kill on this Scion to clear in a slightly unorthodox method without worrying about Last Gas, right? We're seeing this kind of change up here, and I have to point this out because we are tracking Scion very, very closely. Easy kill was a huge part of why Game 1 went so well, why they got so many dragons, and now on the Scion seemingly a little bit behind, Last Gas trying to farm up already pick some of those, pick the bot side clean. We have to keep track, right? We have to keep track of this Scion.
Yeah, and for Emporia, I mean, we didn't touch too much of their composition because it just feels like counters for the most part here. That's exactly what it is. It's not like a particularly cohesive composition. They just want to get ahead and then just meatball comp you, just run you over with all these bruisers just diving into your back line here. And it's conditional on them getting ahead. So this start that they have, really, really good. Now, it's not all doom and gloom for JBU. Yes, Last Gas got a little bit shafted. TIF had to early recall. But Europe is having a much better time of this top lane this time. And JBU, if they can stabilize from the top lane, that is often where their game plan starts. Top, and then you can focus bot, and then you can go mid. Speaking of mid,
Said, hey, I am leaving this mid lane. And, I mean, you draw the flash out from Autolet as well as the flash heal from Aspian. So, actually getting a bit of revenge back. Easy kill, throw him down, and said, I will be here as well. But for a big part is being able to rotate out without losing too much mid, right? You didn't get a kill, but you got a lot of summoner spells. Big thing is how much do you lose on the back end? So far, it doesn't look like too much. AH7 relegated to keeping that that wave closer to the mid lane, and is able to pick up most of it.
Yeah, and for Katarinas, a lot of times you will see them go down in CS, like we mentioned. They are melees who actually don't trade incredibly well in that 1v1 pre-6 here. So that's perfectly fine to lose CS as long as you have burning flashes. NECC might be in trouble here.
And already burned the flash and can't use that dash out or the little jump out because of that pillar, right? That's what you're worried about. Because of that, you do get first blood, but the body block! Hey, RMC, how much did you pay your brothers and sisters? That was disgusting to pick back up. Last Gas not happy about that minion wave.
That's the second time Last Grass has been shafted this game here. And you know what? Don't put this on me, Orbital. I'm up here casting. I'm not down there. I don't know how much they got PayPal. I want to cut them. Yeah, and for Last Gas, that really, really hurts. Because now look at Europe. He's in a bit of trouble as well. Out of mana. He's going to get punished. He still has flash. He has to use it.
No, I don't know if he can. Yeah, now he does, but he's in range of Q, and it lands. Right, it landed. That's the thing is you waited too long against a Tahm Kench. Any other top laner, I would say you can wait that out. But you can't against a Tahm Kench that has that type of range. Great turnaround for NECC. Instead of being 0-1 in lane, you are now 2-1 with even CS.
Yeah, and Europe didn't actually get that kill in the top side. It was Last Gasp who got it here. So Europe definitely not at an advantage. Now, I do want to highlight as well the difference in those kills. The fact that for the side of JPU, they had to call the jungler up. NECC didn't have to. So Easy Kill has been power farming here, is a level up. Unfortunately for Easy Kill, he will not have his soul sweep this time. JPU correctly identified that, hey, you know what? Let's take this opportunity. We can fight this first dragon. And Emporia is not fully online yet, so they will pick themselves up that Ocean Drake, which to me, probably the most impactful first Drake to get because it helps your laning so much with that sustain.
It really does, and taking a look, it will be a Hex tech to follow, so, healing as well as a little attack speed and ability haste, great start either way, right? I really do like that, and as you said, a little bit of safety for the side of JBU because they need it, right? This top lane will spiral out of control, and I'm a little bit worried about that one. Level 6 versus level 7. I mean, Europe is that's a devour, and yes, you have the Thunderlord, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Another slap and then possible stun coming out here. Here comes the lightning being brought down, and Crusade saying, okay, maybe you do have a bit of damage behind it. Doesn't want to force anything just yet. TIF, though, eating so much damage here, and Last Gas said, hey, I knew that you were going to go for this, so the exhaust goes down, and without a flash, without exhaust, without anything, and without level 6, Autolight Gun is dead. It'll be the first death for Autolight Gun. The man made a medal, falling to scraps.
Good read from JBU here. That's probably one of the last chances you're going to get to get this bot side, but LeBlanc gets caught.
Oh, wow. We were talking up a storm down there, and then the Scion Jungle paid a visit pre-level 6, and said thank you very much for the kill.
I was actually watching Easy Kill try and run down there as fast as he could when Aspian and Autolet
I was curious about that. How long did it take him?
About 10 seconds, because he was actually, I think, on Gromper Blue, so like he kind of didn't actually peel off immediately. He was still trying to do it. Does hit level 6 off of this, and that kill is a freebie for Easy Kill. It shouldn't have happened, and it undoes so much of the work that JBU put in through this bot side, because we were just talking about the fact that Autolet, once he hits 6, you can't gank that bot lane anymore. Autolet is just going to grab somebody and drag them into Death Realm here. Maybe you can kill Aspian, but Autolet is going to be a really tough task to take down. And now, Autolet should be able to hit that 6 safely. Easy kill, now also level 6. And if my observer Peter is right, this should be when we start seeing easy kill. Actively look for ganks here. Now JBU has to be careful, have to be aware that they might be in the back.
Oh, and AH7 said hello, said, I want a piece of that. And AH7 responded in kind and said, nope, not really. What you were saying about easy kill, though, is I fully expect a Scion ult midway through any of the lanes to just powerhouse it, right? Give nothing over, just send it, right? No reason not to. And if that's true, I am terrified. The Scion ultimate on any of these lanes, or even if you somehow find last gas, farming on your camp or something, it's a dangerous spot, right? This is a composition that thrives on, hey, I'm going to get in your face and fight, and the Scion's just going to nullify all of that, it feels like.
I feel like you can play psychological games with it, because the unstoppable charge, pardon me, you can hear that ult no matter where you are on the map. It's almost like a Nocturne ult, and because you can't see where easy kill is, you've just got to assume he's coming at your lane, right? So if any lanes are in trouble, I just want to see easy kill ult for the sound effect, just to watch the lanes panic and actually have to back off. Whether or not that'll happen remains to be seen. First mythic not completed yet, and I do want to highlight easy kills build so far. We are seeing serrated turret. This is not going to be a tank Scion.
Oh my gosh.
It's lethality Scion here. Easy kill wants blood.
This is the Bouse's build right now, I think. This is the rudest one that you can see. And it works in top lane, but to see it here, it's I believe, what is it? That's, it's a claw coming out here that allows you to kind of sweep behind the opponent. I keep forgetting the name because it's the one that you don't see. Prowler's Claw, right. It's the one that you don't see as often. If that's it, I'm going to be horrified because that means no one is allowed to leave that fight. Right now, Europe on the top side is getting into a little bit of a tussle once again, and the Devourer draws him a little bit further back, but still can't get the tower shot, so Crusade isn't going to get that help. Europe, though, saying, hey, maybe I don't want to be here. Great stun into a knockup, and HP is quite low. Europe doesn't want to use that ultimate, doesn't want to have to, but you do. Oh. You have to use it to get away, but remember what I said. You can't run away from the Tom Kent. You have to ride or die, and the die was what was chosen. Autolet in the bot side is going to get Lavla, and almost get them low enough as well to kill. This is once again Emporia State kind of flexing their brutal muscles. Easy kill, looking for it. Exhaust goes down into the bullet time, but Easy kill just kind of walks away. That'll be a pinch against the pillar, but no extra damage behind. So no kills on the bot side for either team.
Just a bit more. Easy kill had gone down. We missed, unfortunately, the first engage from that Scion charge there into the bot side. Great play by the side of JBU to stop that. Now, I do want to talk about the top side a little bit here, because NECC has been doing something to win a lot of these trades that we haven't highlighted, and that is the Devour. He's actually dragging Europe into the minion wave, and that's why he's winning a lot of these trades. Europe is taking hundreds of damage from those massive stacks of waves right now, and Europe needs to disengage. When you get devoured, sure, you might be able to outdamage the Tom Kent's 1v1, but it's not a 1v1 when there are that many minions. See, again, he's taking a ton of damage right now.
Of course, and this time around, though, NECC State is like, well, this hurts a little bit more than before, so I'm just going to walk away, and it also gives prime positioning for the Dragon to be taken, so Dragon a piece to both sides. Last gas, though, says, we're going to get it without paying a price. Well, hey, listen, the price was turned around, and the tag said actually give them your life. NECC State on the top side is now going to bully out Europe once again, and guess who has ult and who doesn't? Ding, 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 you guessed it right, NECC State, a bit of a brawl down. The heal comes through, though. Europe able to sustain very, very nicely. But still, on that bot side, Dragon handed to Easy Kill, who said, I'm very upset that I did not have my Dragon Sweep. Once again, Europe trying to jockey for position. I think it might work here. Again, the healing coming out here, and this is a ridiculous top lane wet noodle fight where the noodle has a steel rod inside of it.
Yeah, and I'm glad that Europe is starting to win these out, because he really should. Unfortunately, it was bait.
Easy Kill said, hey, guess who else is here? Final Tongue Lash, NECC Crusade, 4-1-0. I stuttered because I can't even believe it. NECC Crusade outdoing the previous game's performance.
Oh man, Nate Crusade's got to be so happy right now. Like I said, he took a split off to coach the team, and there were some questions. Does he still have the hands? He's been away for a while. Yes, he does. I don't think he can get away with this one. He has no flash, but maybe is he just gonna fight this?
I don't think he really has to. He's just baiting for time. Yeah, you get the set off last gas.
No shot.
You can't do anything. Remember, last gas without the pillar has nothing, right? You don't get to stop that pool, and it's a painful one to have. Last gas without the subjugate, I think would have lost that fight. Quite honestly, I think would have lost that fight.
I mean, to be fair, Last Gas is 4 levels down. Something we aren't touching on is how far behind Last Gas is right now. He's barely ahead of his support, and he's actually behind the support of Emporia here. Finally levels up and is actually just barely ahead of Autolet. But yeah, Last Gas has been struggling right from the get-go because of that early cheese that Emporia has put down, and it's bleeding into a lot of the other lanes. Easy Kill is neutralizing the advantage that Europe otherwise might have had in this top side. Likewise with the bot lane here, where unfortunately not seeing the Misfortune Seraphine combo take off. You look at that gold here, TIF is barely ahead of Autolet.
Yeah, this is getting out of control in favor. And I mean, listen, we know the gold is in favor of Easy Kill, Nate Crusade, and AH7. This is Nate Crusade just having a blast, right? At this point, Nate Crusade, look at this. 2 people battering on him. 2 people, and still allowed to walk in the tower. And Nate Crusade says, oh, you're actually fighting. I see what you're doing here, and this time it might actually work. Europe is going to survive, and a lot expended on the top side, but they finally get some revenge. Europe able to only get an assist, so Last Gas takes that shutdown as well.
Nate Crusade was having a good time overall, right up to the Newcastle curse though.
Yeah, I do that quite often. I've actually gotten in trouble by some of my co-casters for that. It's great. AH7 given a little bit of a slice and dice to the top side, and now using that ultimate, the dominance, to try and clear out Europe with that ignite. It's going to work, but Subjugate is going to draw AH7 to a little bit weaker state. Easy Kill, though, is looking with the unstoppable onslaught. Do you call it down? Nah, you tried. Yes, you did see that right. Easy Kill with this pocket Scion jungle rammed his head straight into a wall.
I mean, he took the name literally. Unfortunately, unstoppable by most CC, not by terrain. That wall is harder than Easy Kill's head. Now, hey, huge props to JBU as well. They do pick up first turret. So despite the fact that they're down in kills and it feels like they've not got a ton of map pressure and they're losing the individual matchups, they're only down about 1,500 gold right now because of that first brick, because of all the plates that they managed to get first. And a lot of that came off Europe soloing that first Herald. We didn't touch on it, but he took that first Herald alone while Last Gas was farming, trying to do other things. And because of that, Emporia wasn't expecting it. So they're still in it at this point. The question is, can they find a way to find a lead elsewhere?
Well, that lead is not going to come through the bot lane. I'm unfortunately saying that, but it might if Yeno is able to interfere. Autolet Gun says, hey, you made a wrong choice, by the way. This is just bullying, says, hey, this ain't cool. And now with a flashless TIF, you say goodbye. And just got their ADC killed. I have no other words for it. You got your ADC killed. You drew the ADC back into the fight.
Oh my goodness,
gosh.
LeBlanc.
All right, easy kill, easy kill, easy. I know you said it's easy, but that's not cool. That's not cool. The Scion is becoming monstrous with the shield up. Couple more hits. Prowler's Claw to finish it off. Double kill and then some. Easy kill is now 5-0-1.
And I've just got to think that JBU didn't realize that was a lethality Scion, because I cannot think otherwise why you'd opt into that fight. We saw Yeno actually hop almost out of turret range to try and get the Death Lotus off, and you cannot afford to do that whatsoever. Nate Crusade, keep in mind, he has no turret behind him, so the fact that Nate Crusade's playing aggressive here, it feels like mind games, because he's not winning the 1v1 right now.
A lot of mind games, and just, I think all around, just brutal honesty, saying, hey, I can win these fights, I can stay alive for a while. However, that will be checked, as right now Nate Crusade used their only escape to try and land a little bit more damage. It will not work, as of course the pillar comes up to cut off their line of sight. Nate Crusade gets over the wall and is going to sustain for a little bit longer, because you know what, even if Nate Crusade dies, the dragon was being taken. Easy Kill saying, hey, look, we're going to try and continue dragon supremacy. We lost one, we're going to get those mountains. And mountains at this point, another dragon soul that you cannot give, considering the tankiness and outright bullying that Emporia State is doing right now.
Oh my god, when you play against the meatball composition or a bunch of bruisers like this, the bruiser ball composition, yeah, Mountain's probably the most annoying single soul to give over, as if they weren't hard enough to kill before here. Granted, Scion isn't exactly a tank, but he will still get innately tanky. AH7 has to pop the ult here, and they disable the turret.
Oh, yeah, and they're actually trying to dive all the way through, so this is actually a turning point, but AH7 says, I turn it on you. You don't get to take over me. I am the ruler of these sands. AH7 turning it around perfectly opens up an opportunity for Autolet to find lapse gas. With that bullying being done, it's a little bit easy and slow burn with that AoE damage and a mallet on the back foot. Autolet gun takes an assist because Nate Crusade walked up and auto-attacked last gas.
Hey man, just by standing there, I think the passive burn giving him the assist there. Yeah, this is starting to feel a little bit like game one here, Orbital. I mean, 2 minutes ago, we were just saying, hey, JBU not too far away, only 1.8 gold down. That has almost tripled right now in terms of gold deficit. Emporia are just starting to come online, and I am worried. 3.5 minutes here. Emporia is going to be at Drake. And they've basically issued their invitation to JBU. We're going to be there. Are you going to come and fight us? And I feel like for JBU, despite being behind, they kind of have to. Because when you pick a Seraphine Misfortune, you are looking for that team fight. Outside of team fights, they're not going to give you that much value.
Really aren't. And I mean, the fact that you are pigeonholed to use these ultimates in this exact certain way has to feel bad. But when an opponent comes to you, it's great. AH7 said, I'm not even going to let you have that chance. Lavoie uses the Encore just to try and scare off AH7, but I mean, AH7 already did that. You can see here with the gold difference, AH7 has almost nothing to worry about. 6.4, 6.5, and now going to be a bit more. AH7 with a single slap, and now in the mid lane, that's going to jump again. You saw that spike in gold. It is Emporia State having a field day right now here in week 2.
AH7 is doing disgusting things right now. I feel disgusted that we're showing this on stream here. Observers, we need to stay away from AH7. This is not safe for work. That is just, I mean, you saw what he did. He just did it twice. He didn't even pop his ultimate there. It's still up and available now. Easy kill might be in a bit of trouble here. Keep in mind, the passive does mean he gets a second chance to find more kills.
He does, and TIF is completely on the order through the exhaust. Through the exhaust. Welcome to the League of Scion. Welcome to a couple more blows. The meatball comp is absolutely running rampant under the tower. Autolet says, hey, Europe, you're in trouble. Rest of the team coming in here, but the Katarina is able to fight right back. Okay. A great Death Blossom stalls out that fight in the mid lane. They do not lose the inhibitor tower, but you lose almost all of your outers. Yes, the bleeding was rampant, but you know what? We're JBU Blue. They get some solace. The Katarina that's been shut down for over 21 minutes has 2 kills.
Yeah, and I think, what was one of those a shutdown?
Yeah, oh yeah, one of them was 1,000 gold shutdown.
There we go. So Yeno is on the board, and hey, if there's a champion that can turn games, it is that Katarina. Now, I am still worried about the sheer amount of defensive stats that are going to come through from Emporia, which is the worst thing for a Katarina to cut through. For a while there, the build for Katarina was actually Kraken Slayer because of the ability to apply it very quickly with the ultimate. If you have the Kraken Slayer, I could still see a way for Yeno to maybe try and cut through a lot of that tankiness, but it's not that Kraken Slayer build right now. So Yeno gonna show what the Prowler's Claw, the interaction.
So there is a reason people hate Prowler's Claw. And when I say hate, it is I want to remove it from the game. That's at this point, that's normal for AH7, right? Like that is normal. For a Renekton that has Prowler's Claw, that has Flash, that has everything, right? That is, I'm not even stunned anymore. That's like typical. If AH7 didn't get a triple kill, that would be even more just surprising, right? As bot lane, we go ahead and see Europe get annihilated.
Oh no, you're not stunned, but Yeno was.
That
was just brutal to watch. He tanked the turret the entire duration as well. 1v3 right now. This, you know, we said it last game. H7's absolutely cracked, and he's doing it again. Yeah. It's absolutely disgusting right now. It's buying Emporia so much free space to do dragons. I had said that Emporia had issued an invitation, right? JBU, come to the ball. Come to this dragon. And H7 is just like, just kidding. You're not going to get there. All of you are dead. You can't be there. And now we don't get to see that misfortune, that Seraphine try and come back, and the gold deficit continues to grow. If you can't do that at Dragon, how are you going to contest Baron later on? How are you going to contest Soul? Last gas, getting caught again.
I mean, this is getting out of control. Last Gas has breathed their last 5 times here in this game. It has been in dominant fashion. Easy kill, 6, 1, and 3 with their own sort of lethality. And they're going to go for Baron. It's about 3 minutes later than they had in game number 1, but it's going to be just as potent here. Going to take a little bit longer as well. You don't have the pure shred that you had last time, but it's going to be quick enough, right? Aspian and Autolet coming in here as well. I mean, you can try your best, and I give you huge props for it. I don't think you're getting close.
Yeah, and it really, for they don't care if you come in contest with the Baron. You're down a person, you're down your jungler. They will happily fight you there. They would actually prefer you come and meet them. JBU, they make the right call by not getting baited by the Baron here, a man down. They try and take the turrets instead, but they couldn't even get that mid lane turret. There are objective bounties here at play. They can't take it, and now they will get the bot lane turret. But AH7 is on it. Actually, will they? The last minion just dropped.
I mean, they do grab it. The thing is it opens up for that top lane. We saw a TP coming from NECC, and in the mid lane, Autolet, Gun, and Aspian are continuing to pressure down. So even though they got the bounties, even though they're real happy about picking that one up, they're still getting answered on all other sides of the map. We see a charge on the bot side as Easy Kill says, hey, give me a chance to fight. Yerp is going to try and flash away. A little bit of a slow slap doesn't work. So Easy Kill lets them live, but the towers are what's important. Nate Crusade now walking forward, and you know, I'm not sure you know about the Nate Crusade. Do you know? Do you know? No, you don't. You jump away as fast as possible. TIF is not going to dance in the mid lane, and this is just pushing on all sides. Easy Kill, the only one not at a tower, is currently getting their own bust. Autoleg Gun says, TIF, you're on the wrong side. Exhaust goes down, but I don't think that's going to slow down the burn. Autoleg Gun realizes this is just a bit too dicey. He's going to try and walk away, walking towards the jungle, but it's not needed. AH7 and Aspian coming around the side. LeBlanc tries to flash and go for a flashy play, but can't find it. And because of that, the Popstar might be singing their last. Yerp on the top side is going to trade off with Yano and Yano, dancing between the two lanes, trying to find an opportunity to get some sort of damage. You're not going to find it, right? This is still a 4v5. I want to reiterate, this has been a 4v5 for the last minute because Easy Kill has been waiting, soaking up items, and is just now joining in at the mid part of the mid lane. Top lane inhibitor going low. Yerp trying to look for some sort of play, trying to look for a stun, is going to find Nate Crusade, and they're going to jump as hard as possible. Nate Crusade just says, I'm out. I am fine. Autolet, you walk too close, and you survive as well by flashing with the wall. And now a knock-up on Easy Kill. Easy Kill gets a knock-up. The rest of the team comes through, and they're going to try and fly through. AH7 on the hunt for a kill. Autolet Gun, we swap over, and we watch as the Vlad dies. For all that they fought, for how hard they tried to stall, JBU Blue get nothing but death in the face.
Okay, AH7. We saw that last game too, where AH7 just opted to dive a turret at the end of the game here. This time, that might actually cost his team. I don't know if they can push without him here.
Nope. Autolay Gun is just like, guys, wait for me. Wait. TIF. Last gas. You're all saying we want to follow up. We know we can try and get something. The slows and stuns might do enough. Now a knock-up on Yerp into the pull. This is a fight that might be a little bit dangerous. Take a look at how split it is. This is going to be a slap. Autolet ready to go with a brutal fight. Last gas is out, and so that leaves the rest of the team hanging. Nate Crusade jumps in. TIF is going to get slowed up with that lick. Aspian with the long range is going to be slowing people down. And look at that cut through. It's 2 turnaround because JBU Blue decided to overextend.
And to a certain extent, I don't blame them. What choice do you have? Yeah, if you sit in your base right now, it's just going to crumble around you. So they kind of try and make the hero play. They try and chase out, and it looked kind of good until Autolet finally showed up with Riftmaker finally in tow. Autolet went for the Rylai's rush instead, and now with that Riftmaker, you're seeing how much better the sustain is, how much more damage he gets to do as well. And now, AH7 back up. Guess what else is coming back up, Orbital? 30 seconds to Soul.
Listen, Easy Kill's like, I've been having a blast. I've been having a great time here, but we got to lock down those dragons. We're going to get Soul. You gave up 1 dragon and only hope that is the only dragon to give up here. You are looking for the Soul here. And it is Mountain. Remember, this is a dragon that will absolutely shatter the hopes of JBU Blue. They're a team that are currently behind in itemization, behind in damage, and behind in gold, right? All the way through. For them to now have to cut through 3 Mountain Dragons, which is an excess, I believe, of 6% on each for armor and magic resist, plus an extra shield on top. I see no shield cut on their side, right? This is a painful soul to stare at 28 minutes.
I mean, they've got Shadow Flame for the Katarina here, so it's not shield cut, but it does at least increase the damage you do on shielded targets. The problem is you're out of mage onto not very squishy targets. So sure, magic penetration increase, is it enough? Hasn't really been so far. Keep in mind, the 2 kills Yeno has were from a turret dive where they went real deep. You've only got 1 turret left here. I don't know if it's enough. Adelet trying to start things off here.
I mean, started off is a word that we like to use. Yerp, though, is feeling the pain here, has to ult out, and the bullet time crosses over too, so they do annihilate too, but guess who wasn't killed? It is AH7 still in the back line with easy kill. They are slapping away at the damage here. NECC Crusade is going to be alive, but again, this is one of those times that you're happy that you got the bullet time off. Of all the fights and try and get something, it looked decent. You saw what JBU Blue were hoping to do, but it's too little, too late. And Ace to finish things off, as that is game for Emporia State Esports.
And that was what I was calling with that Misfortune Seraphine, right? Like, group up and force the fights. You saw at the last moment TIF manages to rake across with that bullet time. It does a lot of damage. That's why Misfortune is so strong currently. That's why we see teams draft her. Unfortunately, it's just too little, too late for JBU Blue in. Congrats to Emporia State Esports here. Last year they came in. They were pretty much brand new. They'd just become an official club for their university here. They were just trying to have fun, feel things out here. Last split, they got a little bit more experience. This split, they're in it to win it. They ain't just messing around for fun anymore. They're looking to actually dominate this division, and so far they have a really, really good start to it. I especially like the game plans they had. That level 1, the moment they cheese both the jungle and the don't call it cheese. The moment they got the advantage then, because that was just really good play from them. They don't lose anything if it goes wrong, and because it went right, we saw exactly what happened. JBU Blue didn't have a chance to play their game. You could see that they had a strategy. I was looking forward to seeing how they wanted to play it. They just didn't get a chance.
It's they have the playbook. They just need to run the plays a few more times, practice it a bit more, and kind of figure it out from there. Emporia State, as you said, so many different and diverse play styles that I'm very excited. Not just the play styles, right? So many points of contact. We talked about AH7 at the start, saying that they're a focal point. Yes, a huge focal point. Let's not take away from that. But the fact that you have Easy Kill controlling those global objectives, NECC Crusade on the top side, who we said may or may not be a question mark, absolutely dominating on the Tom Kench, and then the bot lane, Autolet Gun and Aspian being absolute bullies. It's not just that they have the playbook, they got the 5-star recruits coming out here as well. They're feeling great, and to start things off with a 2-1 and then a 2-0 and 2-0 overall in the series score, I'm excited to see how far that they can go. Of course, that'll be the end of the broadcast here today. Thank you so much for tuning in to the NECC League of Legends week number 2 here on the A stream. Hopefully you also tuned in to the B stream, as that was also glorious to watch a little bit earlier today. We will go ahead and say goodnight. My name is Ordo. With me is RMC and our production on the side, Shiro and Peta. Thank you to them. We'll see you all next time later in the week or next week for more League of Legends action.
Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down.
change, but so can you. So can you.